This is Audible.
Avren, an Auxem novel. Written by Lisa Lace. Narrated by Piper Fairweather and Trenton Todd.
Chapter 1. Avren. I didn't expect Vanessa to answer the door nude. Practically nude. Vanessa's strawberry blonde hair curled down past her shoulders. Her thigh-length kimono made from royal blue silk wasn't tied shut, revealing a matching panties and bra set. She wasn't wearing anything else. I barely noticed her wide green eyes. What a way to greet me. It took me a minute to find my voice. Do you always answer the door this way? I could hear the thickness in my voice from being incredibly aroused. I couldn't control the way my body reacted. I suddenly realized it was a terrible plan. It wasn't going to work. I couldn't be around Vanessa. She didn't appear to be as shocked by my appearance as I was by hers. Avren Madelan, I never expected to see you here again. She sounded angry. I peeked past Vanessa's luscious, half-naked body. Her apartment looked like it hadn't changed much since the time I attended university here on Suson. I saw the same red vase she had made when she was 16 in a pottery class. The furniture looked newer than the old pieces she had used as a student, but it was in the same style. The living room was spotless. There was no smell of food in the air. Vanessa never cooked if she could help it. I could see a couple of awards on the wall, which were probably from her work as a molecular geneticist. Being one of the best in the galaxy came with accolades. She had left me because she had wanted recognition for her accomplishments. I should have been glad she found what she was looking for, but I didn't take any pleasure in it. Vanessa hadn't made a move. We were still standing in her doorway, and I didn't know what to say. I felt paralyzed. What do you want, Madelan? Her tone was curt. I pushed my hair off my forehead. It was a nervous gesture I thought I had overcome a long time ago, but couldn't seem to help in front of Vanessa. What did I want, other than her? Hadn't I come here for a reason? I searched my addled brain. We were going to do research. Can I come inside? She frowned. Please, Vanessa. I won't take long. My tone of voice must have softened her stance. She stepped back, pulling the edges of her kimono closed and walking into the living room. She didn't look behind her to see if I was following. She knew I would. At one time, I would have followed her anywhere, but those days were long gone. Vanessa had hurt me when she chose her work over me. I wasn't going to have my heart broken again. I was finished with women. They always left anyway. Vanessa sat daintily on her couch, crossing her slim legs. I swallowed, pulling my gaze away from her incredible body. As I worked up the courage, we heard a knock at the door. I glanced at her. Are you expecting company? A friend said he might drop by tonight. Her cheeks were burning. A deep voice called through the door. Food's here. Are you ready to eat? I lifted my eyebrows. Were you going to accept a catered dinner wearing nothing but underwear? Shut up, Avren! Vanessa glared at me, whispering so the delivery man wouldn't hear our conversation. You've always been self-righteous. When Jack's in town, he comes over to have some fun. We pretend he has different jobs. Tonight, we were going to eat afterward. She paused. I don't owe you an explanation for my social life. Was she fucking this guy? I decided not to say anything. What Vanessa did with her life was none of my business. Still, I didn't want to think about other people touching her. Vanessa? The knocking sounded frantic. Are you in there? She looked at me, unsure about what she should do. If she couldn't decide, I knew what I wanted. I came here for a reason, Vanessa. I'm not going to waste your time. I'm going to get rid of Jack. Her eyes flickered with surprise for a moment, and she gazed at me in consternation. Indecision was all over her face. I should kick you out, you know. I nodded. But you won't. I got up and opened the door. The tall, well-muscled, and handsome Susonen man looked me up and down.
"You're not Vanessa. I'm not in a threesome, sweetheart."
He wasn't wearing a shirt, and a cutout in his pants over his outer thigh showed a triangular scar. Before he could do anything, I grabbed the food and closed the door in his face. "Thanks, buddy. Vanessa won't be needing you tonight." Vanessa's communicator lit up a moment later. It was Jack. She started laughing and typed a message. "I told him something came up and I won't be able to meet him tonight. Since he saw you, he's going to assume we're together." Her voice trailed off. "Well, we're casual, so everything should be okay. Wait, I don't have to explain myself to you. What do you want, Avren? Tell me and get out of here." Even though she had been giggling a second ago, she looked upset, green eyes flashing and cheeks stained a rosy pink. She was lovely. I needed to be alert and focused. I would have to stop thinking about Vanessa's sexy body. I had come here so we could change my species.
Vanessa. I forced myself to calm down. I wasn't sure how I had gone from excited to see Jack for a booty call to flustered and upset in a minute. I couldn't believe Avren Madalan was sitting in my living room and staring at me with his gray eyes, which were as cold as his heart. "I could use your assistance, Vanessa." His stare was completely disconcerting. What was I thinking? He had dumped me and left me feeling miserable when we attended university together. I had decided my career was more important to me than anything else. Seeing Avren after all this time wasn't going to change my mind, no matter how rapidly my traitorous heart was beating due to his proximity. I squeezed my thighs together, trying to ignore how handsome he was. Avren always had a pensive look on his face. He wore a gray, loose-fitting shirt with 3 buttons. The sleeves were rolled up to his elbow, giving me a glimpse of Avren's powerful forearms. I wondered for a moment what he looked like under the shirt. Would he be pudgy and a little soft, like most other academics I worked with? I doubted it. My thoughts were headed in the wrong direction. No matter what Avren's chest looked like, I needed to keep myself focused. It didn't matter what he was going to ask me to do. I would have to say no. It wasn't safe for me to be around him. I was already a wreck after 5 minutes in his presence. "Avren, I'm sorry you came all this way for nothing, but I think you're talking to the wrong person." He held up a hand. "Listen to what I have to say before you make any decisions." I pressed my lips together. I saw Avren's gaze drift to my mouth, and I thought I saw the cold gray of his eyes heat up, making a spark of energy that spread out from my core. "Okay, I'll hear you out." I leaned back and nodded. He gave a sharp nod of his head. "You remember people from my planet can fly, right?" "It would be hard to forget something like that, Avren. Isn't it supposed to be a big secret, too? Are you allowed to talk about your wings out in the open like this?" He must have taken me flying at least a dozen times in the few months we had been together. For a land-bound Earth girl, the experience was unforgettable. Avren looked sheepish. "Yes, of course you remember." I pointed at my head. "I'm not stupid, okay? I would have to be an idiot to forget you." Maybe I should stop speaking now while I was ahead. Otherwise, I was going to give away all my secrets within minutes of seeing him. I remembered every detail about the time I spent with Avren Madalan. I glanced back at him quickly. From his expression, I thought he probably understood what I'd refrained from saying. I had loved him wildly and with abandon. Our flights together had been some of the best times of my life. If my memories had stopped there, the reminiscence would have been perfect, but they never stopped after the good stuff. Avren had hurt me more than anyone else in my life, and I was never going to let someone have a position of power over me like that again. It would only end badly. I didn't show you everything. We have a problem with flying. Deploying our wings always involves a period of agonizing pain. You shouldn't have kept this from me. I forgot everything about the past and started imagining ways to fix the problem. Suffering, particularly genetic discomfort, was one of my specialties. I saw Avren recognize my lust for knowledge. I hadn't changed much since university. It's not pretty, but I can show you sometime if you think you would learn something. I shuddered. I didn't think I wanted to see Avren hurting. When I had to observe subjects for my studies, I could put my emotions in check, but I didn't want to see people I know suffering. I'm here because I have an idea, and I need your help. He leaned forward, putting his elbows on his knees. I felt drawn into his excitement, despite the warnings my heart was shouting to my brain. You're going to have to do better than that, Madeline. Vanessa, what if we altered the gene causing the agony for my people? That would be good. Avren wanted my help for genetic research. He was here for my mind. I felt my attitude toward him shifting. His face lit up when he saw the expression on my face. Hang on. I haven't said I would help you yet. I felt irritated Avren could read me so well. His face broke into a handsome grin. Of course not, but you will. Avren kept talking. I tried to focus on the details and not on how sexy he appeared when he was talking about science. When he finished, he waited nervously for my opinion. From what you've told me, it sounds possible. We can make many changes today that were unthinkable just a few years ago, but there's no way of knowing for sure unless we begin manipulating the genes. I shrugged, causing my loose kimono to fall open again and expose the cleavage from the push-up bra. Avren grinned. I like it when you talk dirty to me, baby. The leer on his face practically lit me on fire. I suppressed a shiver of desire and tried to put a disgruntled expression on my face. That's not going to happen, Avren. Our relationship is going to be strictly professional. His face calmed down immediately. Of course, I wouldn't want anything else. I'm sorry, but I don't think I can help you. Perhaps it would be best if you could find someone else? What about Rogerson over on Marca? He does good work. I was already starting to regret my decision, but I couldn't help it. I had plans for the future, and they didn't involve the man standing in front of me. Well, I didn't think you were going to do this to me. Avren's face fell. Do you have something better to do? I'm going to start a new job soon. I'm hoping to get an offer from Genetic Futures. Are you kidding me? You've always wanted to work there. He looked shocked. I nodded slowly. He knew. Ever since I was an undergrad, I had always dreamed of working for Genetic Futures. They had the perfect opening, head of research. I don't know if the recruiter was bullshitting me or not, but he said they loved my interview and were waiting to hear from the CEO. I thought it was practically a done deal. I'm waiting to hear their final decision, but they would be stupid to pass on me. Of course. I could see the disappointment on Avren's face. I wished I didn't have to be the one to crush his hopes. His eyes locked onto mine. But some things are worth doing, even though they don't come with accolades. Avren had never been supportive of my career. I thought a fellow scientist and academic would have encouraged his girlfriend's dreams, but he had always tried to hold me back. He almost succeeded, but in the end, I stopped him. He wasn't going to change my mind. I had wanted to move up for years, and now the perfect job was available for me. I hadn't even needed to apply. I gazed at my old flame. Avren was the only man who had held my heart. Regret threatened to overwhelm me. Sadness choked my throat, and I felt tears coming to my eyes. I blinked them back and swallowed hard. I wouldn't let Avren Madelon affect me like this again. It wasn't right, and it wasn't healthy. But the longing came back easily and wouldn't go away. I wanted Avren so much that I had to ball my hands into fists to keep myself from reaching out and touching him. Nothing good could come from having Avren back in my life. I was on one path, and he was on another. Rogerson would have to be good enough for him. I ignored the tiny voice inside my head telling me I knew Rogerson couldn't handle it. I was the best geneticist in the galaxy to tackle complicated, unsolved problems. My expertise in the science of pain management only added to my qualifications. What was I thinking? Whatever happened to Avren didn't have anything to do with me. Nothing was going to stop me from taking the new job. Chapter 2. Vanessa. I was wrong. One thing could stop me from working at Genetic Futures: being rejected at the last minute. I swiveled back and forth on my legless chair before I realized what I was doing. I held myself still and directed my gaze back at the recruiter while trying to control my rage. What do you mean? I fixed my eyes resolutely on the screen hanging on the wall of my university office. I couldn't let myself cry. I thought you said this was a sure thing. I'm sorry, Ms. Dwyer. Some information came in at the last minute that changed the president's mind. What sort of information are we talking about? I'm not at liberty to disclose that to a non-employee of Genetic Futures. I sat back in my chair and I drew a shaky breath. I couldn't believe what was happening to me. I can tell you this much. The recruiter lowered his voice. Despite all my efforts to emphasize your credentials, the president learned your planet of origin. He shrugged helplessly. Are you trying to avoid saying he's a prejudiced bastard? Earth was one of the poorest planets in the galaxy. Sometimes I felt like trailer trash, and it pissed me off. Suddenly, I remembered with whom I was speaking. I put my hand over my mouth and cringed. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be so unprofessional. He appeared to be stifling a smile. You can say what I cannot. I apologize again, Ms. Dwyer. I had high hopes for you. I did too. I terminated the conversation and put my face in my hands. I thought I had done everything right. I had a perfect resume. The interview had gone perfectly, and they'd loved me. The recruiter said they were talking about me for an hour after we ended the hall call. I was perfect for the job. I couldn't control where I was born. I would have to get over it and return to my regular life. My thoughts strayed inadvertently to the surprise visit from Avren last night. I had turned down his exciting project, and then Genetic Futures left me high and dry. I felt a familiar feeling wash over me. There had been a chance for happiness, and I blew it, looking for fame and glory. Was this going to be like the last time I was with Avren? I sat in my chair, unable to move or get to work. I wondered if I would ever be able to function again. There was a knock on my door.
Avren. Come in. Despair filled Vanessa's voice. I sensed it and became concerned immediately. What could have happened to make her so sad? I threw open the door and burst into her office. She had been holding her head in her hands, but she looked up at me. She wasn't crying, even though she looked like she wanted to. Only one thing could have upset her this much. She didn't get the job. Vanessa's career meant everything to her. She had chosen a job over love. Work was her way out of poverty and an opportunity to prove she mattered. She was smart. I wondered what had happened. Did something happen with Genetic Futures? I closed the door behind me. Vanessa's office was alarmingly neat, without a single book or sheet of paper out of place. One wall held nothing but bookshelves. Another contained a window stretching from the floor to the ceiling. A desk sat against the third wall, which displayed her diplomas and other awards. The orderliness of the room had her fingerprints all over it, and it seemed like it should be a cheerful place to work. When I walked inside, however, it contained a decidedly melancholy air. Clouds covered the sun, and the light had a grayish tinge. Vanessa's dejected gaze emanated despair. "How did you know?" Vanessa looked confused and bewildered. I didn't sense any of yesterday's hostility. I assumed she was still in shock, and I was determined to use it to my advantage. If her misfortune could help my people and me, I would take the opportunity. I needed her too much to worry about taking advantage of her weakened state of mind. My thoughts drifted to Auxem's suffering. He took his wings out every few days. An infection had made his struggles worse than the rest of us. I hadn't known how bad it was until recently. I had been with Anders, another of my brothers, and Gwen, his fiancée. We were shocked when we saw his suffering. I had never seen anything like it before. I thought Vanessa and I could fix it together. My memories of Auxem's pain were enough to make me willing to cross a lot of lines. I shrugged. It's the only thing I can imagine that would make you so upset. Do I look flustered or something? She tilted her head. I crossed my arms and stared at her. Okay, fine. I'm a little shaken. Vanessa sat up straight to pull herself together. I still have a good job and a fantastic life. I don't need Genetic Futures at all. That's right. Forget about those guys. The forlorn look returned and she slumped back in her chair. Who am I kidding? I've wanted to work there as long as I've known the company existed, Avren. Vanessa raised her sorrowful eyes to mine. Do you know why they didn't give it to me? No, I don't. Why? I had been wondering that myself. They didn't have any good reasons to pass her up that I knew of. Apparently, it's because I'm from Earth. Are you kidding me? What a bunch of bastards. My vehemence produced a mirthless chuckle from her. You're better off without them, Vanessa. You can see that, can't you? I put my hands flat on the desk and leaned toward her to better emphasize my point. Yeah, I know, but it doesn't make me feel any better. I moved around the desk and squatted down beside her. She sat in an expensive-looking swivel chair, floating in the air without any visible supports. Do you still want to get your name in the history books? Come work with me. If we succeed, they'll write an entire chapter about you. A slow smile graced her lips, and I couldn't stop talking. If Genetic Futures can't see the value in who you are, fuck them. An entire race will thank you and sing your praises every day for the rest of your life. She stared into my eyes. I hope she saw sincerity because I meant every word I said. Every Auxem on the planet would revere her. I can't walk away from my job. Can't you take a research sabbatical? She thought for a moment. Yes, I could, especially for something like this. Would I be able to write a paper? Of course. I had no idea what my father would allow. I would have to worry about getting permission later. Right now, I needed to convince Vanessa. What about my apartment? Lock it up or sublet it. It doesn't matter. We'll pay for everything and double your salary. I have a state-of-the-art laboratory, Vanessa. I knew that would get her attention. So do I. That's not a major selling point, Avren. I shook my head slowly. Are you holding out on me? She looked intrigued. I began to describe in detail how I had equipped the lab, and Vanessa's eyes got round at the sound of it. You're kidding me. Nope. Nothing but the best for the best. She narrowed her eyes at me. I guess you were pretty confident you could convince me. I held my breath. Was I right? Vanessa didn't look entirely sold, but I could tell she was wavering. I didn't know if you were going to set a single foot inside. But whoever ends up working there will need the best equipment and staff the galaxy can offer. Credits aren't going to be a problem. Not for a Prince of Auxem. Does your father know about this? My eyes slid away from her penetrating gaze. I knew it. She sounded angry, and I didn't blame her. Your research project isn't officially sanctioned. I stood and walked to the other side of the room, giving myself some time to collect my thoughts. My father, the king, doesn't need to know anything about it, Vanessa. I'm always working on something. He doesn't look closely at my expenses. Your project is different. It affects your entire species. Don't you think he needs to know about it? No, I don't. He would only try to change my mind. Vanessa reached out a hand to touch my shoulder, but I shrugged her off. I didn't want her pity. I knew my father well. If he didn't think my plan was a good idea for any reason, he would interfere until I couldn't work on it anymore. The only thing that could stop me was Vanessa saying no. Let me tell you a story, Vanessa. I was grasping at straws. Do you remember Alex, my youngest brother? Yes, he came to visit one time, right? When we were still together. He developed an infection in his wing pockets when he was a teenager. He's recovered now, but ever since his injury, the trauma has been worse for him than normal. You wouldn't believe it if you saw it. I have to fix it, Vanessa. Not just for Alex, but for all the other men on my world, and for all the babies yet to be born. Wait a minute. What babies? Vanessa looked taken aback. I thought all the women on your planet died. Earth saved us. We have an agreement with your planet to provide women to us. She interrupted me. It helps both of our planets, doesn't it? Our overpopulation problem is something that you want. It's a win-win situation. Think about the children, Vanessa. Some of them will die as teenagers from suicide. My voice choked up. My best friend had been one of them. She looked horrified. When our wings emerge, it's both the best and worst time of our lives. Some of us can't stand the pain. That's terrible, Avren. Vanessa stood and walked to the window, folding her arms over her chest. Today her cute hair was pulled back into a ponytail. She wore an emerald green sweater and jeans. Think about something other than your career. You have a chance to help people. Vanessa had her back turned to me, but I saw her head dip down. I understand. Vanessa turned to me. I could see the conflict in her face. I'll think about it, Madelon. At least she hadn't said no. It's a start. How about we discuss it over dinner? She looked skeptical. Or I can try to seduce you over dinner. That's what my brothers told me to do. Vanessa looked shocked for a moment before laughing. It made me smile to see the joy on her face. Avren, I know you're lying to me. She shook her index finger at me. None of them would have said anything like that. Avery told you to charm me, didn't he? Avery or Anders, I don't know who it was anymore. They said I shouldn't tell you the facts and beg you on my hands and knees instead. The words seemed to have a sexual connotation once they were out of my mouth. Vanessa shook her head and touched my hand. You know we can never go back to what we had. Her words gutted me, even though I knew she was right. I tried not to show the hurt in my heart. Of course not. We're ancient history. I waved my hands in the air. Let's catch up. We're at least old friends, aren't we, Vanessa? Maybe. We're something. She didn't seem convinced. Come on. It's a free meal from the fortune of the House of Madelon. How can you turn me down? I know you don't have anything planned for dinner other than rooting around in your refrigerator or using the fabricator. You still know me. It seemed like Vanessa wanted me to convince her. My communicator buzzed. I checked to see who it was. Hang on, Vanessa, I should take this. Give me a minute, will you? I walked out into the hall. "Hello, Mr. Virat. How are you doing today?" I flashed a smile at a man who I considered as close as an uncle. My father had left him in charge of Auxem while we were traveling around the galaxy looking for suitable women. Our families have been friendly for as long as I could remember. He had taught my family how to fight using short swords. When my father was too busy running the planet, Mr. Virat taught us how to fly. When I was younger, I had watched a video of a man accelerating toward the ground, pulling his wings close to his body and increasing his speed. It was a good thing Mr. Virat was with me. I couldn't fully extend my wings once the wind resistance picked up. He had pulled my wings out for me and saved my life. I owed him more than a phone call.
"I'm doing great, thanks. You look good, Avren."
He peered at the screen.
"Are you in a desert?"
I turned and peeked out the window at my back. All I could see was a desert. "I'm on Suson, visiting an old friend." I was hesitant to reveal everything. When Vanessa had broken my heart in the first place, Mr. Virat was the only person I told about it. I hadn't confided in my brothers, and I certainly hadn't told my father. Mr. Virat still did the work necessary to stay in my life. He was a good friend and knew me as well as my brothers did. His friendly demeanor vanished when he realized where I was, though.
"Who are you visiting, Avren Modelan?"
I glanced away, feeling sheepish. "No one in particular."
"I noticed you didn't say her name, and I know it's a her."
He sounded upset.
"You're not with Vanessa Dwyer right now, are you?"
"As a matter of fact, I am." He shook his head.
"You're not making good decisions."
I moved down the hall to make sure she couldn't hear my half of the conversation. "I know it's not ideal, Mr. Virat. I need her help with something. It's for work." I was trying to be vague, but he guessed immediately. Mr. Virat had a sharp mind as well as a big heart.
"Why do you need Vanessa involved with your genetic research? Her specialty is pain management, isn't it?"
He didn't wait for me to answer.
"I hope you're not going to start fooling around with our DNA, Avren."
Mr. Virat was making me feel like a child. No, experimenting on our own genome would be foolhardy.
"You've already started. Tell me the truth, Avren."
Yes. I couldn't lie to my old friend. For now, it's only research. I'm bouncing some ideas off her. They might not go anywhere. He shook his head.
"You shouldn't be wasting your time. Nothing can change the way we're made."
Mr. Virat was wrong. I didn't want to get into a complicated debate for the sake of our friendship, but I knew I could make a difference. "Avren?" Vanessa's voice came from up the hall. I glanced toward her head poking out of her office and nodded, holding up a finger to indicate she should wait a minute. "I have to go now, Mr. Virat. I'll talk to you soon."
"You still take off running whenever Vanessa calls you."
He shook his head.
"Didn't you learn anything from the last time, Avren? Don't get involved with her. Come home."
What a strange command. I tried to laugh it off. He must be kidding. "I'll talk to you when I return to Auxem, Mr. Virat. I have to go now." I walked back to Vanessa. Sorry, I couldn't ignore him. He's an old family friend. Now, where were we? I thought for a second. Weren't we talking about dinner? How about I pick you up? We'll talk science. The meal is on me. When you put it like that, Modelan, it's an offer I can't refuse. Great. I'll see you around 6. Sounds good. Vanessa sat down at her desk and took out some official-looking paperwork. That had been easier than I expected. I just hoped I could charm Vanessa with another offer and convince her to help me. If that was what it would take to make her say yes, then I would be the most charming man she had ever worked with. Facts hadn't changed her mind, and the enticement of a better laboratory hadn't been enough either. I was going to have to win her over with my personality. She'd cared about me once before. If I could get her to remember what good friends we had been, before the problems developed in our relationship, maybe she would help me for old time's sake. The corridor I was walking down looked like part of a typical building at the university. It was wide with ugly tiles, and there wasn't enough light in it. Who was I kidding? I couldn't look at Vanessa as a friend ever again. She was the hottest woman I had ever seen, and the sight of her in a kimono and underwear had been tormenting me since last night. I would have to try something else. Maybe I could appeal to Vanessa as a colleague. If her work was everything to her, I would meet her there, as fellow scientists. But I wasn't going to complain if she came to the door in her underwear again, colleague or not.
Chapter 3. Vanessa. I slumped back as the office door closed on Avren. The usually pleasant room seemed empty as soon as he left. I was shaking and felt weak. My carefully constructed life was crumbling around me into something unrecognizable. For a long time, work had been something I could count on. Everything had changed so quickly. Losing the job and Avren presenting me with the Auxem project were messing with my head. I felt like I didn't know which way was up or where to turn. I knew one thing. Every cell in my body was drawn to Avren, despite my better judgment, as though I was a compass and he was true north. My magnetic field wanted to align with his so badly, I could taste it. What was I thinking? I wasn't going to align anything with Avren. He had hurt me and left me. I wasn't getting involved with him again, no matter what. I didn't care how hot he looked. But he was right about one thing. If we discovered a solution to the Auxem problem, there was a chance for my name to get into the history books, just like Stephen Hawking, Marston Davenport, and Killa Glavarine. They dedicated their lives entirely to science, except for Hawking and the sex clubs. I didn't want love. It was too bad the Auxem only had sex with women they loved and were going to marry. Otherwise, I'd be up for a booty call from Avren. I tried to shut down all the X-rated thoughts flowing through my mind of Avren and me in compromising positions together. It was like trying to stop a raging river. I should have just gone home. I didn't have any classes that day. With tenure and my position at the university, I could do whatever I wanted. Leaving these benefits would be stupid. But I didn't have to quit forever. I could follow Avren's suggestion and take a research sabbatical. It wouldn't be too hard to convince them. My studies always made the university look good. I could feel myself begin to consider helping Avren with his project, but I wasn't sure why. My head was starting to hurt. I would go home and take a bath, then think things through before Avren came to get me for dinner. I could make a decision by then, maybe even tell him when he came to the door. I wouldn't have to go out with him if I made up my mind. A stab of disappointment shot through my heart at the thought of eating alone tonight. I didn't want to feel that way. I thought of myself as a strong, independent woman who didn't need a man to take me to dinner. A little voice popped up in the back of my head, saying I could do all those things and still let Avren take me out. I tried not to listen to it. With Avren, I had to protect my heart by any means necessary. When Avren walked into my apartment hours later, I still couldn't seem to make myself say no to his face. I had braided my hair and taken an hour to choose my outfit. One of my local friends had loaned me her wardrobe. My shirt had cutouts on the sides, revealing my bare waist. A slit on the long skirt stretched all the way to the top of my outer thigh. The gap in the material was intentional and allowed Susonan women to show off scars they received in a coming-of-age ritual. I didn't have a scar, but I still thought the slit was sexy. It shouldn't have mattered. I wasn't trying to look sexy for Avren. Or was I? I didn't really want to know the answer to that question. "Are you ready to go? You look fabulous." I watched Avren push the hair out of his eyes. He looked calm and relaxed, but the mannerism revealed his real state of mind. He always ran a hand through his hair when he was anxious. It seemed like I wasn't the only one feeling jittery about tonight. He was wearing fancy-looking pants and a button-down shirt which accentuated the gray in his eyes. "Well, actually, Avren, I trailed off when he gazed into my eyes and forgot whatever I was going to say. Yes, let's do it. Good. He smiled at me in a way that was so sexy, it should have been against the law. Let's get out of here. He had selected the restaurant carefully. We had been there before, but it wasn't full of painful memories. It was nice, but not super expensive. I knew he didn't want his wealth to make me feel uncomfortable. I could pay for myself if I wanted to. Black tablecloths covered the tables, which sparkled with platinum silverware. Spherical lamps provided illumination that gave the room a romantic ambiance I tried to ignore. I was here for work, not a date. Once we were seated with our drinks and a server had taken our orders, silence fell over the table. It could have been awkward, but it wasn't. I felt comfortable. Avren, I have to tell you something. I continued before he could say a word. I didn't plan on coming here with you at all. I was going to tell you no when we were at home. Even though I didn't get the job with Genetic Futures, I don't see how I can accept your offer. It's a bad idea. There are a lot of ethical issues to sort out. I wasn't sure if I should keep talking. Suddenly, I didn't know where I was going. Well, you didn't say no. You are still here, talking to me. I felt a crease appear between my eyebrows as confusion set in. Avren had a point. What was I doing here? I think we're overthinking things. Avren leaned forward. We don't have to fix all our problems in a minute. All we have to do is talk, eat, and enjoy the company. We can worry about everything else later. My mouth dropped open. Worrying later wasn't how I functioned. I worried right now, and I worried about everything. I didn't make mistakes. I could tell Avren wasn't comfortable with his new philosophy either, but he was suggesting it. Maybe we needed to relax and stop thinking the fate of a world was on our shoulders. I should relax. There was no we, and I needed to remember that.
Avren. I could tell Vanessa was uncomfortable with the idea of living for the moment, but she was considering it. Maybe I would be able to convince her after all. Even though she hadn't intended to come to the restaurant with me, here we were, sitting at the table. I gave myself a moment to wonder why before pushing the thought out of my head. I needed to stay focused. Two parts of my personality were both important tonight. The laid-back, charming side of me needed to work alongside the driven, goal-oriented side to convince Vanessa to change her mind. My thoughts about Alex were the only motivation I needed. I would do whatever was necessary. After a delicious meal and a few glasses of wine, Vanessa and I were getting ready to leave. I felt the evening had been a stunning success. We hadn't spoken about the job offer at all. Instead, we had caught up like two old friends. It wasn't hard listening to her talk about her work. Everything about her captivated me. As for Vanessa, she seemed interested in me too. She had wanted me to explain how we had already tried to save our race. When we left, she was questioning me closely about the Auxem men's pending infertility. Avren, were you able to reproduce the results? She continued without waiting for my response. It's hard for me to believe a virus could affect men and women so differently. Did you look at the data at least? I hadn't thought to question the conclusions of our scientists. Ever since we had arrived on Earth, our decisions were based on the idea our men were becoming infertile and would soon be unable to reproduce. They're not idiots, Vanessa. She frowned at me. I'm not saying they're incompetent, but anyone can make a mistake, even us. Madelon, you're hopeless. I held the door for Vanessa and hoped she didn't see me starting to blush. She was right. I had taken their pronouncement at face value and hadn't checked anything myself. I shook my head as I followed her down the sidewalk, making long strides to catch up to her. I think I'm competent, at least. Vanessa was starting to make me question everything about myself. I was a great scientist. Wasn't I? She turned her beautiful head to look back at me with an affectionate smile on her face. The effect was bewitching. The cutout panels on her shirt were tempting me with bare skin. I wanted to run my hands over her torso. At the idea of touching Vanessa's naked body, I could feel my thoughts leaving my brain and heading for my cock. I shook myself free of her spell and closed the distance between us. Avren, I know you're smart, but you really should have peer-reviewed them. There could be something sinister going on, too. What if one of them was being paid off? Why would someone pay our scientists to falsify results? Even though I protested, I knew Vanessa was right. We walked in silence until we reached her apartment building, each of us absorbed in our own thoughts. The endless winds never stopped on Suson and blew through our already tousled hair. When we stopped in front of her door, Vanessa turned to face me, looking up at me with enigmatic green eyes that always sent a hint of desire ripping through my body. She stared in my direction before muttering something under her breath. I don't know. You look pretty virile to me. I could barely hear her. Was she playing with me? Vanessa, if everyone had made a mistake, it would be fantastic news. I tried to ignore the sexual innuendo and force the words out as cheerfully as I could. I felt my body light up as soon as I stood next to her. Vanessa felt something too. She reached out and took my hand. Energy flowed between us, and it took everything in me to refrain from pulling her to me and kissing her until she forgot everything she ever knew. But no matter how Vanessa looked at me or touched me, I wasn't going to succumb to her wiles. She loved one thing, her career. I wasn't going to get caught in her web again. I wouldn't survive her crushing my heart a second time. I had to remember what kind of a person she was. I pulled my hand away. Good night. I turned away before she could see how much she had affected me with a single touch. Vanessa called after me. Hey, Madeline. I reluctantly twisted around to look back at her. I didn't want to hear what she had to say. I knew she wasn't going to help me. We couldn't go back in time. Don't worry, we'll check the data and make sure their conclusions are correct. We'll have to make time in between our experiments. I froze. What did you say? I couldn't believe my ears. I had given up hope of ever convincing her. I'll fix your mistake, Madeline. We'll save your people. Do you mean it, Vanessa? I stood in front of her, not quite sure how I had ended up here. Of course I do. You know I don't say things I don't mean. We'll negotiate the terms and work up a contract tomorrow. How soon can we get to Auxem? Thank you. Gratitude filled my heart, and I couldn't stop myself from picking Vanessa up and swinging her around. She giggled, surprised at my gesture. Her beautiful laugh made me realize I should put her down. As I set her back onto the floor, I kissed her on the forehead, wishing I hadn't enjoyed myself so much. You don't know how much I appreciate you. I promise you won't regret it. I hope I don't. Vanessa looked me in the eyes briefly before walking through her doorway.
Vanessa. I dropped onto the couch, trying to calm my heart. What was I doing? My rational mind was screaming that this was a bad idea, but there was another part of me I had suppressed for too long, a part that longed for wildness and reckless abandon. I was still thrilled by the way Avren had spun me around and kissed me. It had been on the forehead, but it was a start. Was I really going to Auxem with Avren so we could solve a problem of genetics? Maybe. I looked around at my neat little apartment. It had been my home for many years. I didn't feel ready to leave, but it was probably just nerves. When I stopped thinking about what I was leaving behind, excitement filled me. Things wouldn't be perfect on Auxem, but I needed a change. More excitement, more challenges, more Avren. Where did that thought come from? I was only going for the work because a friend needed me. It didn't matter if he made me feel things I hadn't felt in years, like the tingling between my legs when he looked at me with his gray eyes. I didn't hope anything would happen. Our relationship was all business and strictly professional. My sex drive would have to get used to disappointment. Chapter 4. Vanessa. It looks pretty small. I stared at the sleek fighter touching down onto the ground. Its downdraft blew up a cloud of sand at the edge of the pavement. I'm not sure there's going to be enough room for us in there. Avren didn't answer me. He had a big grin on his face as he watched his brother Anders and a gorgeous redhead climb out of the ship. Anders, Gwen, this is Vanessa. He gestured at me. They both shook my hand and murmured a greeting. Vanessa, this is my brother Anders and his wife, Gwen. Gwen smiled at me. Another ginger? I like her already. Her grin was so contagious that I couldn't help but smile back at her. Technically, there's someone else who you haven't introduced. She patted her belly, which I hadn't noticed was slightly protruding out of her flight suit. We're not sure if we're having a boy or a girl yet. She glanced apprehensively at Anders. I'm sure it'll be a girl. After all, I'm not a carrier for the gene. I'm not looking forward to their wings developing, though. Gwen clapped a hand over her mouth and glared at Avren. She knows, right? You couldn't recruit her to work on the gene without knowing about the wings. Fuck, she trailed off. Both men gave her a stare that was a combination of amusement and exasperation. She stuck out her tongue at her husband. I'm like an embarrassing in-law from the wrong side of the galaxy. Avren looked like he was going to burst out laughing. I liked seeing the joy in his heart. Was this what it was like to have a family? My mother and I had always been alone. My father had left before I was born. My mother was an only child, and her parents died early. For my entire life, Mom and I only had each other. There was an endless stream of boyfriends running through our house, none of whom ever hung around for more than a couple of days. She said they were all jerks, but I knew better. Men never stayed. They came into your life for a while and disappeared, like my father. Like Joe, the only boyfriend of Mom's I had ever cared about. He lived with us for 14 months. He had carried me to bed every night, pretending to be a Tyrannosaurus Rex or a bull or whatever I wanted. I loved him like a father, but he was only passing through my life. It only took 3 months for me to stop asking when Joe was coming home. When my mother finally snapped and screamed that he was never coming back, I understood he was going to be like everyone else. I cried myself to sleep for almost a year before I learned how to harden my heart. I never allowed another one of her boyfriends into my life. I was always polite and respectful, but I never cared about any of them. I learned the hard way that men weren't going to be there, no matter how much you loved them. There was no way in hell I was going to start anything with Avren this time. He had left me before, and he would do it again. They all did. Calm down, Gwen. Give him a chance to answer. Anders wasn't giving Avren an opportunity to speak either. The pair was quite amusing. She already knew. They were friends before the decree. Avren had told me that his father had issued an edict. The Auxem were forbidden from telling anyone about their wings. After a planet had reneged on their deal to provide women to Auxem due to their wings, they believed Earth was their last chance. He hadn't wanted to reveal his people's wings and be rejected again. It was never a secret for me, Gwen. I've even been flying. Gwen glanced at Avren for a second, and then back at me, waggling her eyebrows. Avren mumbled under his breath, "We dated for a while in university." I see. That was a long time ago, wasn't it? Gwen looked at me like she could see through me. For the Auxem, flying with a passenger on your back was practically an intimate act. We're all business now, right, Avren? I tried to help him gracefully ease his way out of the embarrassing situation. That's right. He looked at the ship, avoiding my eyes. Are we ready to go? Anders nodded. We fueled up before we arrived, and we can leave whenever you want. Vanessa, you only have one bag? Anders held his hand out to take it from me. Yeah, this is it. I'm going to have the rest of my things shipped. I don't need much. Maybe it won't take too long with you geniuses working on the problem. Gwen looked hopeful as we all walked toward the ship. I was under the impression that it could take some time. It doesn't seem like something that will be solved overnight. I didn't want to raise anyone's expectations unnecessarily. It's hard to say. Avren has done a lot of the preliminary investigation already. I have some experience with genetic pain. If we combine our expertise, it should be much faster than working individually, but it might still take a while, assuming we can do it at all. I hoped it was a professional explanation. I couldn't say I was helping because Avren looked so hot that he could make me wet with a glance. Or if he wanted to, he could probably charm the pants off Earth's president. The project was exciting and could advance my career. Nothing more. When we climbed aboard, I realized I was right about the space inside. There wasn't any. 2 chairs occupied the front of the spacecraft, with 4 monitors facing each seat. 2 more seats were in the rear. A curtain blocked off part of the ship. Everything looked smooth, ergonomic, and state-of-the-art. It was perfect for fighting, not traveling. I wasn't going to complain. Vanessa, you and Avren will take the gunner seats at the back. Anders and I will fly it from up here. Gwen gestured to the 2 seats with the monitors. Good thing we had this baby altered and installed the extra chairs. Anders patted the wall of the ship fondly and sounded smug. Yes. Gwen shook her head. You're very smart. She looked at me. Are you okay back there with Avren? I'm sure I'll be fine. How long will it take to reach Auxem? Anders ran his hand over the console as he sat down. At the rate this beauty can fly, we should be there in 6 days. My mouth dropped open. Anders made it sound like it was going to be a quick trip. I would be stuck sitting next to Avren in a tiny spacecraft for almost a week. I worried about keeping my distance and staying under control, but then I remembered we were going to have chaperones. We'll be taking off in about 10 minutes. Gwen didn't look up from her monitor. Make yourselves comfortable. How was I supposed to be comfortable sitting next to the man who had broken my heart years ago and who was currently setting my panties on fire with desire whenever he looked at me? The flight was going to be many things, but pleasant wasn't one of them.
Avren. I sat down next to Vanessa and tried to suppress the excitement and happiness in my stomach. Happiness always ended. It wouldn't be smart if I let myself get used to it. On the other hand, I couldn't deny that having Vanessa next to me again was lifting my spirits. She had agreed to help me, and we were going to work together. For the first time since I conceived the idea to prevent our pain genetically, I thought I had a chance at success. With Vanessa's razor-sharp mind working on the problem alongside me, I knew we had a good chance at changing Alex's life. Strapping the belts across my chest, I felt Vanessa's knee touch mine as she settled herself. I didn't think about the burst of desire I felt from her touch. Our chemistry together shouldn't matter. I wouldn't let her step on my heart again. She was trouble, and I'd always gone out of my way to avoid trouble. The next 6 days were going to be an exercise in restraint. Auxem men were masters of self-control when it came to sex. We had to be, considering the dire consequences of fucking the wrong woman. My first mate had to be a lady I loved. She would become my bondmate. I would be faithful to her and love her for the rest of my life. If she died or left me, I would never mate again. I could usually handle my urges, but I didn't know what would happen with Vanessa next to me. She could make my cock hard simply by brushing against my knee. Staying calm and professional was easy, except when I was around her. I felt and acted differently in her presence. Being around her changed me. It didn't matter, of course. After the project, Vanessa was out of my life. She had said as much. We couldn't go back to what we had before, no matter how much I wanted to try.
Vanessa. We had been traveling for almost 5 days. I was getting extremely cranky on the tiny ship, but I became alert as soon as I heard Gwen's tone of voice. "What the fuck is that, Anders?" He immediately leaned in and looked at her screen. My lips twitched. Gwen certainly had an unusual vocabulary. Avren must have noticed my expression. Starship pilots aren't known for speaking politely in mixed company. "It looks like a spaceship. Did you notice the trajectory?" Anders sounded confused. "No, I didn't." Gwen swiveled in her chair to check the object on Anders' screen. "God damn it, Anders! It's heading right toward us!" "Why would someone want to intercept us?" I couldn't help asking the question. It didn't make sense to me. There's only one reason a ship would move like that. They must have aggressive intentions. Gwen started working at her console. Anders looked at me. "Gwen's trying to say that they're going to start shooting at us." Our ship lurched to one side, and I glanced at Avren, feeling afraid. He took my hand. Anders was already unbuckling himself. "Avren and Vanessa, get into the changing room. I'm going to need access to the weapons, and I don't want any distractions." I scrambled to undo my belt, and we jumped into the new seats. They were smaller and less comfortable than the ones we had just left. I imagined they were only used during emergencies. "I hope you guys are secure back there," Gwen was practically shouting. "There's no time to wait." Gwen swerved hard to port and pulled us into a tight loop. Avren reached out and turned on monitors that showed us a view from each side of the ship. Are they firing on us? I felt like I was going to throw up. It looks like it. Do you think they'll blow up our ship? I hated that my voice sounded small and scared, but I couldn't imagine how we were going to defend ourselves. Avren laughed. Vanessa, we're going to be fine. I didn't know why he sounded so sure. I twisted around to get a good look at him. How do you know? His face lit up with pride. We happen to be flying with two of the best pilots in the Milky Way. Anders is the only person to have ever beaten our computer simulator. He beat a machine? I didn't believe it. Look it up. There should be plenty of references. Anders always claims he's great at blowing things up. Today, he has a chance to prove himself. I grabbed his hand as Gwen made another evasive maneuver that made me feel like I was going to lose my lunch. I knew Avren believed his brother and sister-in-law could get us out of here, but I didn't. I was anxious and scared. Nothing like this had ever happened to me before. Try to relax. Avren's voice sounded soothing. It will help with your nausea. How do you know I feel queasy? If I am, you must be. Avren squeezed my hand. Tensing up will only make it worse. He was annoying, but I knew he was right. I took a deep breath and tried to relax my stomach, but it was a lost cause. I looked around for something to vomit into if Gwen pulled off another fantastic move. Gwen, give me 10 seconds to get a lock. Anders was yelling from the back of the ship. Hurry up back there. I don't want to get shot while you're taking your time. Take evasive action. If you could fly straight for 10 seconds, it would be easier to shoot, Gwendolyn. Kiss my ass, Anders. Gladly, but give me 10 seconds first. Avren changed our feed to Anders' screen. I felt glued to my seat as the target moved onto the other ship. Come on, Anders. Gwen was starting to sound worried. You only need 3 seconds. I almost have it. You're taking too long. Gwen had a tremor in her voice. They've launched missiles at us. Give me 4 more seconds. I couldn't look away from the screen. 4. She was starting a countdown. The target locked and flashed red for a second before Anders lost it. I didn't hear him swear. It was silent in the ship, except for Gwen's counting. 3. I bit my lip. Anders couldn't do it. Best pilot in the galaxy, my ass. I need to pull up, Anders. Wait. 2. A chime sounded as the screen turned red. Anders fired immediately. Our ship lurched upward to avoid the incoming missiles. I wondered if our fire was going to kill the people on the other ship, but there wasn't an explosion or disintegration. We should call emergency services for them. Anders' voice sounded as relieved as I felt. Their oxygen is going to run out in about 10 hours. Are you feeling merciful today or something? What did you do to them? Avren sounded curious. We use the electromagnetic pulse cannon. It disables the electrical circuits in a ship. I made sure to hit their fuel system. Have you done this before? Yep. It's painless, and I don't have anyone's death on my conscience. Gwen stood up and marched to the rear. Her face was red. Maybe we should call the cops instead. They weren't firing electromagnetic pulses at us. They were trying to blow us out of space. We need some answers. Anders had a frown on his face. Who was attacking us, and why were they doing it?
Chapter 5. Avren. We unbuckled and convened at the front of the ship. Gwen had a hand placed protectively over her belly. The 4 of us faced each other as the ship flew through the stars on autopilot. Gwen raised an eyebrow at me.
Have you pissed off any pirates lately, Avren?
The last guys we tangled with were going to sell the women. Vanessa glanced at me, wide-eyed. I gave her what I hoped was a reassuring smile. No, we've managed to stay clear of any pirates.
Who the hell would want to kill us then? Maybe it was a random raider attack.
Vanessa didn't want to imagine someone was systematically pursuing us.
It's possible, but not likely.
Anders ran a hand through his hair.
We're in a well-policed part of the galaxy.
We have 2 princes on the ship.
Gwen looked at Anders, then me, then back again.
Surely someone must want you dead.
I had to say something. We don't have enough information. It could be anyone. I felt frustrated and a little afraid. It wasn't the first attack on our lives, but we hadn't anticipated it at all. I liked knowing who was responsible for things. Anders pulled back the curtain covering the changing room before speaking.
I think you're right, Gwen. I'll get in touch with one of my contacts in the local police force. Avren, send a message to Father's head of security and let them know what happened. They'll want to do an investigation themselves.
Anders used his communicator and spoke quietly for a few minutes before returning to us.
He's going to pick them up and see if he can find out anything.
Good. I gave a deep sigh. What if they weren't working alone? How can we be sure we'll be safe for the rest of the trip? I looked over at Vanessa. I would never voluntarily put her in danger.
We've traveled most of the distance already. We're quite close to Auxem.
Anders gave me a stare that was hard to read, but I thought I knew how he was feeling. We would be going home for the first time in years. The last time we had our feet on the ground of our home planet was 1 year after the last woman died. It was when our father decided to go searching the galaxy for females to help us repopulate our world. Most memories of my childhood were pleasant. Arnon had held the family together after our mother died, and our father became preoccupied with matters of state. But there were a few miserable memories, too. The best and worst times of my life had happened at home. I didn't know how I felt about returning. It's good, isn't it? Our trip is almost over. Gwen looked back and forth between us.
Yes, Gwen, of course.
Anders put his arm around her.
But my mom died there.
I spoke in a near whisper. Everyone died there. You're coming back with new women. Vanessa stared at me, her eyes showing both shock and compassion at once. We're going to make a better future. Right, Avren? I nodded. That's right. And you're going to help us. She blushed, and I wished I hadn't brought up Vanessa's role. She might not want to be the center of attention. But she nodded. I'm sure we can do it. Certainty filled Vanessa's voice. Her conviction gave me confidence and made Anders smile. He could be pretty cocky himself. I'm sure he saw a kindred spirit in Vanessa, who had never met a problem she couldn't solve.
Under the circumstances, Gwen and I should sleep in shifts until we get back to Auxem.
He had been about to say home, but changed his mind.
We shouldn't bother stopping at any more planets. It won't be comfortable, but it will be safer.
You're right. Let's do it. Gwen leaned forward and checked a corner of her screen. We'll arrive in approximately 29 hours.
Is that okay with you guys?
Anders glanced at Vanessa and me.
You'll have to sleep in your seats.
Vanessa spoke right up. It's fine with me. If she was afraid of something, she wasn't showing it. She was good at concealing her feelings.
Let's get to Auxem as quickly as possible. Once we're on our planet, we'll have our security staff again.
I didn't know if I was excited about a continuous security presence or not. If they were going to take care of us, it was a good thing, but the guards were stifling. Security had been lighter on our mothership. The closed environment meant we usually knew who was on our ship. There had been a small issue with pirates. My brothers and I had enjoyed our freedom. We might be in for a rude awakening when we return to our home planet and its royal duties. It's a plan, then. Vanessa clapped her hands together. Thank you. Gwen and Anders both nodded. Yeah, thanks for saving our lives. I gave each of them a hug.
You would do the same thing for us.
Anders was right. I would do anything for my brothers. I would give my life for them. The project with Vanessa had to work. If I could do anything to make their lives better and get rid of the agony that came with our wings, I had to try. I wished I hadn't waited so long to start. I had been afraid Vanessa would reject me again. We returned to our seats and began the last leg of a long journey to the place of our birth, back to the planet where Anders and I had lost our mother. Home. The first sight of Auxem hit me like a punch in the gut. I hadn't known I was homesick until it came into sight. I watched it approach on the view screen. It was mostly blue, but dotted with gray and green land masses spread out evenly across the surface. How are you doing, Avren? Vanessa was sitting beside me in the other gunner seat. I had been caught up in my thoughts and almost forgotten she was here. I had tried to forget her for many years, but nothing had ever worked. All I needed to do was go home. Eventually, I had buried her in my mind as far down as I could. It worked well, except for the dreams. I felt my face heating up as I remembered my dreams about Vanessa. I couldn't control or stop them, and I didn't want to. In my dreams, we had done all the fucking we could never do in real life. Vanessa was repeating herself. What was she asking me? I replayed her words in my head. She'd ask me how I was doing. I don't know. I tried to think of a better answer, but I didn't have anything. I honestly don't know. Emotions churned inside me, and it was hard to separate them all. Dread, nostalgia, and longing. Underneath them all was happiness. I had been happy here long ago. We touched down on the royal landing pad near the rear of the castle. I had forgotten how exquisite the stonework was. The shrubbery and flowers were arranged in a way that felt welcoming. A large staff tended the castle and courtyards in our absence. It seemed like a waste of money to me, but it wasn't my decision. I picked up my bag and prepared to leave. I tried to take Vanessa's too, but she wouldn't let me. I can get it myself. Vanessa hoisted it onto her shoulder. Hey, wait a second. You let Anders carry it onto the ship for you. I was being polite. I didn't want to offend your brother by refusing help. Are you saying you don't mind offending me? Vanessa looked at me out of the corner of her eye. I know you're not offended, Madelon. Things aren't like they used to be between us. She didn't have to remind me. We're colleagues. Would you offer to carry a coworker's bag? I thought about her question. Yeah, probably. What if the coworker was male? That's different. She lifted an eyebrow at me. It's not different to me. I'm from Auxem, not Earth, Vanessa. It's just polite. Women are capable of taking care of themselves. I didn't mean to imply anything of the sort. I was starting to feel annoyed. It's a sign of respect and admiration. Women should be treasured. I would be surprised if you felt differently. Vanessa looked around at the opulence of the Auxem royal palace. You don't know what you've got till it's gone. I felt like she wasn't hearing what I was saying. That's not what I meant at all, Vanessa. I grabbed her shoulders and turned her to face me. We've always revered women, even before we lost them. Women are the mothers of all life. You're sacred. Don't you understand? Sacred? She looked incredulous. What are you talking about? Women are just women, not to us. I didn't know how to explain something she could not understand. Where I come from, you have to earn respect. She didn't sound convinced. You have to achieve something. Mostly, we're overworked, underpaid compared to men, and still expected to do everything like our ancestors. Keep the house, take care of the children, and hold the family together. Whoa. Wait, stop. I held up my hand, but Vanessa was not going to be denied. It can destroy us. Many women who manage to do it all always feel like they're going to snap. Vanessa shook her head, her eyes bleak. I chose not to have a family. My career is important to me. I know I can't have it all. Wait a second. I watched my mother ruin her life trying to be everything to me. Vanessa ignored my attempts to interject anything into the conversation. She had to be both parents and the rest of the family, too. She made enough money for all of us to survive. A light breeze blew a few strands of hair out of her ponytail. Vanessa's cheeks were red with emotion, and her green eyes flashed in anger. She looked beautiful. I couldn't imagine those things happening to her. Someone should take care of her, help stretch her mind, let her have a family and a career. I wanted her to have it all, with me. Wait a second. What was I thinking? Vanessa's career was the most important thing to her. There wasn't any room in her life for me. I didn't know where to start. Is Earth like that? I hadn't spent much time on the planet. The humans were getting their pollution under control, but the place was overpopulated, and there wasn't space to breathe. You were there, Avren. Don't you remember? To be honest, I stayed on the ship most of the time. Yes, it's exactly like that. There's a reason why all aliens think we're from the wrong side of the galaxy. Everything I said is true. I couldn't believe she came from such a barbaric planet. Of course, things are getting better, but it's not fast enough for me. I worked hard to get out of there. Once I knew planets like Suson, Auxem, and Vandois existed, I wouldn't let myself stay trapped on Earth. Now I understand why you focused on your career. I thought she had simply felt the need to prove herself and make enough money to escape the poverty, but there was more to it. Your job was a ticket off the planet. Of course. My mom was a single mother with a terrible job. I promised myself I wouldn't end up like her. What didn't you like about her? I had never traveled so far into Vanessa's past, and I was mesmerized. Mom was always struggling to make ends meet. She couldn't choose between her career and me. She had a bunch of boyfriends who never, ever stayed. The sour look on her face told me something else I had never understood. Is that why you chose your job? Do you think all men are going to leave you? Vanessa looked at me sharply. I didn't leave. You did. I held her gaze.
Okay, you're right, Avren.
Everything's more complicated than it seems at first. But I've been telling myself that story for a long time, and it's been working. Don't screw things up for me. What do you mean by working? It helped me forget you. Can we talk about something else? Vanessa shifted her weight from one foot to the other, her eyes darting away from mine. Why had she needed to forget me? Was it for the same reason I needed to forget her? My heart beat like a drum in my chest. I couldn't look away from her. This isn't all about me, Madeline. Vanessa brought her gaze back to meet me. You think all women are going to leave you. Don't start doing any amateur psychoanalysis on me. Give me a break. Vanessa wasn't fazed at all. You watched every woman you loved die before your eyes. It's not hard to figure out. When you thought I was going to leave you, you ran away. I wouldn't be another woman abandoning you if you left first. My mind was reeling. What Vanessa was saying was true, but hearing it out loud felt like a slap in the face and a breath of fresh air simultaneously. She kept talking. We both made mistakes and screwed up what we had. It's okay. We're over it. Were we? I took her hand in mine, looking down at how small and delicate it felt. She was precious. Madeline. It sounded like she was warning me. I met her eyes again in silence, and what I saw made my pulse kick up a notch.
Avren, don't look at me like that.
I don't know what you're talking about. We don't have a chance. Vanessa pulled her hand away and stormed out of the courtyard. Her words hurt, but I felt something growing inside me. A tiny seed of hope had always remained. Even though it was small and fragile, I knew I couldn't kill it yet. We were going to spend at least a year together, no matter how little luggage she brought. I didn't think there was any way to push it faster. There would be plenty of time to find out where we stood. I felt my cock stir at the thought of having Vanessa in my life again. I would show her how a man should treat a woman. She would never have a life as she had described. I would treat her like a queen. We both had hang-ups. Didn't everyone? I thought we could get over them, just like Vanessa was sure we could fix our genetic problem. I was hesitant about getting together with her again, but I couldn't deny that the thought made me feel as giddy as a teenager flying for the first time. The sensation wasn't leaving any room for doubt or disbelief. I looked at the doorway she had used and tried to remember where it led. I grinned and started to run after her. I knew that Vanessa, despite how capable she thought she was going to get lost in the royal labyrinth. She didn't want me to save her, but I was all she had. I didn't hesitate as I followed her into the maze. I was starting to understand that our past didn't matter. I would still follow Vanessa wherever she led me.
Chapter 6. Vanessa. After a few minutes of aimless running, I realized I was stuck in a hedge maze. I hadn't paid attention to my direction. I had no idea how to get out. The hedge walls were so thick that I couldn't even stick my arm inside them, never mind cut through. The bushes towered several feet above my head and were precisely trimmed. They might have been constructed from wood, not living plants. The beautiful stones making a path on the ground were as perfectly fit together as the floor of the courtyard. There were no gaps or weeds between the rocks. A warm breeze blew through the air and brought with it an outdoors scent. I didn't think Avren would follow me in here after what I had said to him. It looked like I was stuck until I found my way out, or the gardener came looking for me. I sat down, feeling defeated. I hadn't slept properly in a week. We had spent time on different planets, but at night, Avren's constant presence tormented me. I had stayed up late, unable to fall asleep. During the last day on the ship, I had been awake the entire time. All I wanted was to curl up in a ball on the soft grass and rest. The thought seemed heavenly, and I almost laid down before I realized what I was doing. I was an eminent scientist coming to an alien world to save the Auxem. Being found sleeping on the ground in a park wouldn't be good for my reputation. I stood up unsteadily and tried to clear my head. I couldn't remember when I'd eaten last. I had been stupid to run away from Avren. If I had just stayed with him, I could have been in a bed covered with soft sheets, expensive ones with a high thread count that were laundered by servants. Wait a second. I wasn't a damsel in distress who would wait around for the gardener to rescue her. I would find my way out by myself. As a child, I had always loved mazes. Once I set my mind to solving it, it wasn't as confusing as I had thought. All I had to do was follow the wall on the right. I made it to the center and sat down on a wide stone bench covered with a soft cushion. How lovely. I knew I could get out of here and find my bed. I would only rest for a minute. The soft bench was so comfortable that I couldn't open my eyes again. I was out like a light almost as soon as my head touched the cushion. My last thought was that at least the gardener wouldn't find me lying on the ground. When I awoke, I was disoriented. All I could see in the dim light was a soft, warm, white blanket. As I became more aware of my surroundings, I realized a warm male chest was touching my back. I had to admit, I liked it, before wondering who it was. Had someone attacked me in the garden? In a moment, I recognized his scent. It was Avren. I could never have fallen asleep comfortably in the arms of a stranger. I was tired, but not that tired. On a subconscious level, I knew I would have woken up if it had been anyone else. A feeling of comfort washed over me. I wished it could always be like this. I turned to face Avren and saw his eyes were already open. He flashed me a smile. "Good morning, sleepyhead." I cupped my hand over his cheek, feeling gratitude rush over me. "Did you come looking for me?" "When I realized you had passed through the doorway into the labyrinth, I wasn't going to abandon you." "Why are we lying together wrapped up in a blanket? This isn't a good idea, Madeline." "I guess it depends on your point of view. I saw you sleeping on a bench and thought you looked cold." "So you pulled an emergency blanket out of your pocket and decided to join me?" Avren shook his head. "I know my way through the maze, but the fastest way to find you was from overhead. I felt like stretching my wings anyway." He gave one a tentative flutter. He was dodging the question. I twisted my head. "Are your wings wrapped around us right now?" "Maybe." His gray eyes looked almost black in the dim light. "They're soft." I lightly ran my hand over them. He shivered and pierced me with a gaze a lot hotter than the way he had looked at me a moment ago. "Wait, are your wings an erogenous zone?" Avren turned his head away from me. "You're only asking me because you need to know for the research, right?" He shifted in his seat. "Of course. I need to know everything about you to plan out my experiments." I couldn't stop myself from touching his soft, downy feathers one more time. He shivered and looked at me, and I felt his hard cock press into my stomach. Avren didn't take his eyes away from me. "In your clinical opinion, what do you think, keeping in mind my physiological reaction?" I swallowed hard, wishing I hadn't started going down this path, but unable to stop myself. "I think they are." I felt my body yearning for him. "Avren, you know there's no chance for us." "Vanessa, you're the smartest and sexiest woman I know. Your brain turns me on as much as your incredible body. If there's no future for us, it's because we won't allow ourselves one. Everything was going wrong. If there was a possibility of something working out with Avren, I didn't think I could resist taking it. I needed him too much. There is no chance, Avren. You know how I feel about my career. I can't let a relationship get in the way of my goals. My heart ached, but I didn't have a choice. My words had the desired effect. It was as if I had thrown a bucket of cold water on him. Avren's gray eyes cooled to ice, and his lips made a thin line. The look on his face made me want to cry, but we had to keep things professional. I didn't want to lose myself. I couldn't have Avren leave again. I barely got over it the first time. My mother was the one who screwed up her life for a guy, not me. I pushed against his chest, and he unwrapped his wings. I felt cold instantly and started shivering. Vanessa, let me take you to your room. I sadly watched as he retracted his wings and began the period of agony. He had never shown it to me before. It was hard to watch. Had he let me see him on purpose as a way of motivating me? I knew he could be a ruthlessly efficient person, but there was something more happening here. It felt intimate. Avren was willing to show himself to me when he was most vulnerable. The Auxem usually extended their wings in private. He was showing he cared about and trusted me. I didn't want that. I wanted to do my job and go home. Avren was not in my plans for the future, and that wasn't going to change.
Avren. 3 weeks later, I was ready to get away from the lab. I stood up from the comfortable stool on the edge of the counter. I was speaking the truth when I told Vanessa it was state-of-the-art, but sitting down hadn't changed. If a person sat immobile for hours on end, their back was going to ache. I stretched and looked over at her. She was absorbed in splitting and recombining DNA. How about taking a break, Vanessa? She didn't answer or look away from her work. I didn't know if she had heard anything I had said. I took a chance and watched her. Her strawberry blonde hair was neatly braided back, and she wore a white lab coat. Her face was fixed in a grimace of concentration. Having her next to me made my heart ache. Vanessa had constantly been pushing me away since the day in the labyrinth, determined to make sure our relationship remained professional. It bothered me for a few days, but my rational mind eventually realized she was right. I had been caught up in my old feelings for her and not making good decisions. The next day, I took things easy and started acting like old friends. There was no more awkwardness between us. We were making progress, too. Vanessa had already isolated the gene, and we were figuring out what to change to eliminate the pain. Manipulating the blueprint for the body was a delicate business. Many had died during the early times on Auxem. The planet had vast deposits of minerals and other materials, but it had something else, too. Animals with plenty of teeth, and they had a taste for our flesh. We called them the beasts. The beasts were fierce, swift, and had far too many teeth for our own good. They killed us for sport. The only way we survived was by evolving wings. If we had used them simply to escape an attacking beast, we would have gone extinct long ago. Instead, our wings were a way to avoid the monsters entirely. The beasts were all land dwellers and could not fly or swim. We were safe as long as we stayed off the land. The first colonists on Auxem built houses in the cliffs overlooking the sea. The only way in or out was through the air. After we had expanded up, we stretched out, building cities on islands the beasts couldn't reach. We managed to take back some of the lands after a few years, though not without cost. We experienced a sharp drop in population when many of us were killed and eaten. Eventually, our cities grew into the strongholds where most Auxem live today, but the pain never ended. We could survive, but it wouldn't be pleasant. It fell on Vanessa and me to fix the problem. We were going to give evolution a kick in the ass so we could use our wings freely and without pain. It sounded like heaven. I watched Vanessa work for another few minutes, but couldn't get up the nerve to ask her again. I didn't want to break her concentration. Instead, I prepared some food in the kitchen. The head chef hated it when I intruded on him. He thought I should go through the servants and have them bring the meal to me, but I couldn't get used to acting like a prince again. I didn't know what my brothers were going to do when they returned to Auxem. They hated being bowed to and simpered at as much as I did. With my meal in hand, Auxem seafood for me, and a sandwich for Vanessa, I returned to the courtyard outside the lab and set up a table. It was a perfect day. The weather on our planet was usually sunny and moderate. The place would be a paradise if it weren't for the beasts. I made my way back into the lab, blinking my eyes to adjust them after being in the bright sunlight outside. I walked up to Vanessa and gently placed my hand on her shoulder. Vanessa, you haven't eaten for 7 hours. She glanced up at me with a dazed expression. She had been so deeply involved in her work that she hadn't been aware of my presence. Stop working. I think you've lost weight since the last time you came here. Come on. I gently tugged on her hand. Vanessa reluctantly set down her lab equipment and laid a test tube on the counter. I pulled her outside into the sun. She blinked like it was her first time breathing fresh air. I put some food in front of her. You put this stuff in your mouth. I was afraid she wouldn't eat unless I reminded her. Sometimes I lost track of time when things were clicking for me, but a person wasn't meant to stay in the zone forever without coming back down. After she had finished robotically eating, I took her hand again and made her take a walk with me. Thanks, Avren. I was pretty absorbed in what I was doing, wasn't I? I don't think you heard a word I said when I spoke to you, Vanessa. She blushed. Sorry, I can get immersed in the lab. Who's going to be the lucky guy who makes sure you take care of yourself? Myself? Vanessa looked confused. I don't need anyone, you know that. When it's nighttime and I realize the entire day has passed by, I go home, have a shower, and go to sleep. She stretched her arms and leaned against the walkway railing. It overlooked the ocean, giving us a stunning view of the cliffs lining the coast. They were filled with caves, a typical geological formation on Auxem. My ancestors had lived in caves until we took land from the beasts. Fashionable architects once built houses in the caves for people who could afford the cost, but most of them were empty now. The caves stretched from the top of the cliff all the way down to the water. I probably could have gone for another 3 hours. I snapped my fingers. You're a genius who doesn't take care of herself because she gets absorbed in her work. I'm not a genius, and I'm a grown woman, Madeline. You're definitely a woman. She looked good enough to eat. Cut it out. Vanessa slapped my shoulder and turned back to the view. We've been doing fine this whole time. Don't start something you can't finish. I think I can finish anything. You know what I mean. Let's pretend I don't. Tell me. Come on, Madeline. Vanessa started to walk again. Stop beating around the bush. We both know there's something we're not saying to each other. You've managed to keep things professional for the past few weeks, and I like it. Whatever you say. You don't want me breaking your heart again, do you? I knew she was joking, but her words bothered me. She had taken a few steps before she realized I had stopped. Avren? She looked me right in the eye. What's your deal? You're right. I don't want you to break my heart again.
Vanessa. I froze, but was determined to act normal. Avren had practically told me he loved me a long time ago. Why was he doing this now? Good. We'll keep everything professional and nothing will happen between us. Come on. Avren stared at me with unreadable gray eyes. I wanted to look or move away, but he had me ensnared with his gaze. I couldn't believe what I saw in them. Could he possibly have feelings for me again? I didn't want to break his heart. It was his fault for bringing me here and having us work in close quarters, though. I didn't have to worry about my heart, of course. Mine was safe. I hadn't let him inside. He wasn't going to hurt me again. Vanessa. Avren took a step toward me. The tension in the room went from 0 to 100 in a second. I felt my body respond, and an old familiar ache and wetness stirred between my legs. Damn it! Avren was too hot. My nipples began to harden, and I felt my pulse kick up. Was all this happening from one glance? What would happen if he touched me? I shuddered at the thought of Avren's hands running over my body. Suddenly, we were standing next to each other, almost touching. I didn't know how he had closed the distance between us. I tilted my head up to look at him. His brown hair was messy, probably from running his fingers through it as he thought about something important. His jaw was set and his eyes burned. I wanted him to kiss me. The thought coursed through me like a bolt of lightning. He stepped closer but didn't touch me. Our eyes were locked and our bodies hummed. I was ready. 1 more inch and we would be touching. "Excuse me, Your Highness." We both jumped back. Avren's guilty face looked just like how I felt. I looked out at the ocean, pretending to enjoy the view while he dealt with the servant. "The Crown Prince wanted me to inform you that your family will arrive in 4 days." I stopped listening. It was boring and none of my business. I was thankful we had been interrupted. No good could come from kissing Avren Madelon. I wouldn't kiss him, even if he looked at me like that again.
Chapter 7. Avren. Vanessa and I walked back together from Anders and Gwen's suite in the castle. The sun setting behind us gave the building a rosy glow. The air smelled sweet and comforting. I had missed fresh air and nature during the years we spent in space. Anders had invited us over to eat. Vanessa and I had been busy getting our research started. We hadn't had time for anything but work, and had barely seen them since arriving on Auxem. It had been a good visit, and I looked forward to the time our whole family would be together again. The mothership with the rest of my family would arrive in about a week. Father was going on a diplomatic mission and wouldn't come until later. We wouldn't miss him much. We had become accustomed to using the word family without referring to our father. The first spaceship filled with women from Earth had arrived yesterday. They had already bonded to Auxem men and were expecting babies, but they weren't supposed to be here. Officially, the only human females on Auxem came from the compatibility trial. Unofficially, my father and the president of Earth had formed a secret treaty. The humans would never have agreed to send their women to Auxem without making sure it was safe for them. It made sense. What if we were lying and wanted to sell their women as slaves? The same day the agreement was signed, my father met secretly with Earth's president. She had promised him all the women we wanted. My father sent another ship for them as soon as they sealed their dark bargain. The ships had met halfway between the planets, and I heard the parties that ensued had lasted for days. The result was a bunch of couples falling in love, getting married, and forming bonds. The general public didn't know about it. They wouldn't find out until we made an announcement about the babies. We wouldn't draw attention to the timelines. With luck, no one would read between the lines. Regardless of how it had happened, the first girls in 20 years would soon be born on our planet. We were really doing it. The Auxem race wouldn't go extinct. My brothers and I had been enraged by our father's subterfuge, but we couldn't argue with his results. I wondered how I would feel when I was a father myself and held a baby in my arms. It seemed like a strange idea at first, but the more I thought about it, the more it felt right. I had held my niece and nephew before, and babies weren't the annoying nuisances I had previously imagined. I glanced over at Vanessa, unable to think about children without including her in the daydream. I wasn't thinking about having babies with her, of course. But I had to admit to having more than one dream lately where we'd been trying to make a baby together. I cleared my throat at the thought and tried to think about anything but sex. I was getting hard already. Ever since I started working with Vanessa, I was in a state of permanent wood. All she had to do was ask for help spreading the DNA strands, and my dirty mind was all over it, thinking about how I would spread her legs. I needed to get my thoughts under control. Vanessa wasn't making it easy for me. She seemed to favor Susonen outfits. The skirt she wore tonight was long and forest green with a slit up each side extending all the way to her thigh. It had been giving me tantalizing glimpses of her bare legs all evening. The shirt had a diamond cutout over her flat stomach and another hole exposing her back. I had been trying not to drool over her. We were doing okay, keeping things friendly between us. I had slipped up and almost kissed Vanessa the other day, but Dalvor interrupted us. I was mad at the time, but got over it eventually. There was a reason for everything. Maybe we weren't supposed to be together, no matter what we felt. My mind was willing to accept it. My body wasn't trying very hard, though. It wanted Vanessa to take me into her hot, wet pussy. Penny for your thoughts. I felt my face turn red as I scrambled to find something to say. What's a penny? It's an old form of money on Earth, kind of like a microcredit. The expression stuck around, even in Standard. It's a way of asking you to share your thoughts. Yeah, no. I didn't want Vanessa to know what I had been thinking. Wait a second. Are you blushing? She looked at me carefully. Of course not. Only women blush. She squinted at me. I hope not, because I'm pretty sure you're doing it right now. Maybe you shouldn't be privy to my private thoughts, Vanessa. Not even for ancient Earth currency. Vanessa smiled, and a calculating look came to her eyes, and she frowned. She realized why I was keeping my thoughts a secret. Damn it, Modelon. Every time we get on a good stretch of being friendly, you have to go and spoil it. I'm not ruining anything. I was getting angry. Do you think you can wear Susonen clothes, bare half of your damn body, and have me think about anything except sex? I'm from Auxem and I have self-control, but I still have emotions. No one has that much restraint. I started to walk faster, and she scrambled to keep up with me. I'm not the only one who's looking too sexy to be legal. Fire filled Vanessa's green eyes. I've asked you not to wear a suit before. Of course I knew. That's why I had worn it. We had reached the door to her suite. It was in the same wing as mine, and adjacent to the ones assigned to Arnon and Ari. Suites for Alex and Anders were in another wing, along with my father's rooms. I hesitated for a moment at her door. Good night. I'll see you in the lab in the morning. The words were curt, but I didn't care about manners. I just wanted to get away from Vanessa and avoid the lust that was threatening to consume me. She wouldn't act on it, and I couldn't. There was nothing for me to do but leave. When I looked at her, she didn't look like she wanted me to go. She looked like she was aroused. Her cheeks were pink, her pupils dilated, and her chest was rising and falling quickly. Modelon, just kiss me. Vanessa closed her eyes. Excuse me? I reeled with the shock of her abrupt change of mind. Don't fuck with me, Vanessa. I'm wired right now. She opened her eyes. Did I stutter? Why are you saying this? You told me you wanted us to be friends and colleagues before. Now you're asking me to kiss you. You're going to fuck me over again, aren't you? I'm the one who could barely get back on her feet after you left me. I'm the one who almost threw away her career for a man. Vanessa spat out the last word as if it were something dirty and stamped her foot on the ground. All she was doing was turning me on even more. Open your door. My tone sounded rough to my ears. She looked surprised. Do you want me to kiss you? I'm not doing it in the hall where everyone can see us, and no one is going to interrupt me this time. Vanessa's mouth opened slightly. She scanned her retina, opened the door, and we stepped inside. I glanced around. The room was like every other in the castle, with luxurious furniture, tapestries, and modern conveniences. There weren't any personal touches yet. Maybe Vanessa was keeping her things in the bedroom. The thought of Vanessa in her bedroom brought me back to the moment. We were alone, and she wanted me to kiss her. I was about to open a big can of worms, and we would never get the lid back on if we removed it. I couldn't bring myself to care. Vanessa looked delectable standing in front of me with red cheeks and a bare navel I wanted to lick. I stepped closer, blocking Vanessa's stomach from view so I could better see her face. I wanted to lose myself in her eyes. I wanted to possess her lips. I tried to ignore it, but my heart was doing a peculiar thing too. It felt happy, but this wasn't about love. It was about sex. Maybe it was just about a single kiss. Vanessa licked her lips. Her eyes never left my face. I couldn't help but groan as I felt my cock stiffen. Are you waiting for something? Vanessa sounded nervous. I pushed my hair off my face, thinking I should get a haircut. I knew what I'd been waiting for all this time, for Vanessa to love me. The rules said we couldn't have sex without love, but a kiss, I could do that. Something held me back. Vanessa muttered under her breath, "Fuck it." She reached up, wrapped her small hand around my neck, and pulled me down to her. I need this. She claimed my lips for her own. It was everything I had remembered and more. Vanessa pressed her body against mine, and we fit together perfectly. Fireworks exploded throughout my body, culminating in a surge of lust in my groin. I wanted to throw her onto the couch and fuck her right there. Vanessa moaned, wrapping her arms around my neck and threading a hand through my hair. She opened her mouth and our tongues started dancing. I fucked her mouth the way I wanted to fuck her body, plunging my tongue in and out to the sound of her mewling. Desire lit up my body and set me on fire. I knew I had to touch her. My hand slid under her shirt. I knew she wasn't wearing a bra. The Susonen shirts left no room for anything underneath. Vanessa had told me before that they had built-in support. The softness and heat of her skin urged me on. I explored further, running my hands up her back. She intensified the kiss, and I wedged my leg between hers, moving up her skirt in the process. Emboldened by her moans, I brought a hand to her front, sneaking up to cup her breast, which was round, full, and perky. The nipple was hard. I pinched it, feeling her legs give. I caught Vanessa and walked her backward to the couch, easing her gently down until she was lying on her back, and I was looming over her. I took in the sight of her body, overcome by lust. Madelon, please. What do you want, Vanessa? I pinned her with my gaze. I want something we can't have. We shouldn't. Can we? Her voice was hoarse with desire. Madelon, I'm begging you. Do you want me? She nodded. Perfect. Vanessa was never going to forget this.
Vanessa. Considering the way Avren had been kissing me by the door, I thought he might devour me. Instead, he started so slowly that I almost wanted to tell him to hurry up. That wasn't the way he worked. I intentionally wore a shirt with buttons down the front. I had fantasized about Avren unbuttoning it when I put it on, but I hadn't thought it would actually happen. My train of thought went off the rails as he unbuttoned the first one and placed a kiss on my collarbone. He unbuttoned another and kissed my chest. The next button was right over my breasts, and he placed a kiss in the valley between them, brushing their sides with his stubble and making me shudder. He reached the missing panel in the shirt, kissing his way down my abdomen. The last button and final kiss were below my navel, and so close to my pussy, my hips bucked in response. Avren sat back and stared at my body. My shirt was completely open, displaying my breasts for him. I wondered if I should have been embarrassed to be naked before him, but I wasn't. In the bedroom, I liked my men hot and my sex hotter. He was slow, methodical, and deliberate. he started kissing his way back up my body. I gasped as his warm, wet mouth closed over my nipple. He sucked, and I practically lost my mind, arching my back for him to take more of me. When his hand slid under my skirt and into my panties, I thought I would pass out from the pleasure. He lightly put a hand on my pussy and started circling my clit. Avren. I hated how needy my voice sounded, but I yearned for his touch so badly that I could hardly stand it. He gave me what I wanted and slid a finger into my folds. Fuck, you're wet. He slid his finger over the slickness, found my opening, and pushed inside me. Jesus, yes! I wanted more. I wanted everything. We couldn't go all the way, so I would take what I could get. I needed to come so badly I could taste it.
Avren. The feeling of Vanessa's hot, tight wetness around my finger almost made me explode in my pants. I thrust my finger in and out of her opening, circling my thumb around her clit as I went. She began to writhe, and I had to see her come. I needed her orgasm as badly as she did.
Fuck, Avren.
Keep doing that. She moaned as I slid another finger inside and continued to fuck her with my hand. I couldn't keep my mouth away from her breasts. I licked and sucked until I knew she was on edge. The skin of her chest flushed a beautiful rose red, and her breathing was speeding up. Too much pressure on her pussy would kill her mood. I needed to be gentle. Vanessa cried out as her climax arrived. Her muscles clenched around my fingers, making me wish I was inside her, and she was gently milking the cum out of me. Her orgasm continued to rock her body, and I didn't take up my fingers until she quieted down. Vanessa lay on the couch with an arm over her eyes. Her legs were spread and her breasts were bare. I had never seen anything as beautiful. Her next words sounded more beautiful than she was. It's your turn, Madeline.
Chapter 8. Vanessa. Avren had given me the best orgasm of my life. I had never felt anything like that before. The past few weeks together in the lab had been like foreplay. I hadn't been with a guy for months. I was more than a little ready to go. Even considering my near celibate state and how wound up I had been since he had appeared on my doorstep, Avren was a better lover than I remembered. All I wanted was to wrap my mouth around him. I was a bit of a goody two-shoes, but I loved giving a man a blowjob. I stood up, feeling languid and good all over. What do you mean? Avren couldn't believe I was determined to give him as much pleasure as he had given me. Sex is both give and take, Avren. It's my turn to give. I looked at him with the sexiest stare I could manage. Undo your pants. His Adam's apple bobbed as his hands obeyed me. Soon he was sitting on the couch with his pants and underwear pushed down. His cock stood up, big, beautiful, and hard. I wanted to taste him. I knelt between his legs, not bothering to button up my shirt. It felt good to have my nipples rub against his inner thighs. I grabbed the base of his cock with one hand and gently fondled his balls with the other. My mouth watered as I leaned forward to lick him. When my tongue touched the shiny tip, he let out a guttural sound that made me wet again. Take it. Avren pushed his hips toward me. I happily complied. I liked hearing Avren take charge and order me around. He had never done that before. I swirled my tongue around before taking as much of him as I could. It felt good to have him fill my mouth. After a minute, I pulled off. You can hold my head if you want. What? Having my mouth on his cock must have muddled his brain. Hold my head and fuck my mouth. He swallowed hard again. You'd let me do that? I nodded. You have to be gentle, though. Avren was panting in anticipation. He carefully threaded his fingers through my hair and held my head still before beginning to pump his cock into my mouth. I moaned. It was sexy, and I loved it. I dropped my hand to my clit and rubbed it, needing to come again, quickly. You're touching yourself. His hips sped up. I rubbed myself in tight, quick circles as his cock moved in and out of my mouth. It's too hot. I can't. Avren thrust into me 4 or 5 times. His cock hit the back of my throat, and I felt the orgasm building deep inside me. He stiffened and exploded in my mouth. I came again, moaning around his cock as he spent himself between my lips. I swallowed and sucked out every drop, releasing him with a quiet pop. I was pleased with myself. Avren lay back on the couch, eyes closed, looking spent. Without opening his eyes, he pulled me up to sit beside him, kissing me softly until I pulled away from his lips and laid my head on his shoulder. Neither of us spoke a word. Where were we going to go from here?
Avren. The next day, I stood beside Vanessa as we waited for my family to emerge from their shuttle. Anders was piloting, as he always did. Gwen had left with him. Vanessa and I were by ourselves, waiting for them to arrive. I wish there was something that would make us more comfortable around each other. Thank you for the best blowjob I've ever had didn't seem to be the right thing to say. Neither was, will you marry me? Or please don't touch me anymore because I can't get you out of my head and I think I'm going to go crazy if I can't have you. Vanessa and I hadn't seen each other after I awkwardly left her place. If I hadn't run away, I was sure we would have bonded by now. I wasn't going to take Alex's road to marriage. It had worked for him in Praia, but it wasn't my thing. I followed the rules, except for last night. I had let my lust get away from me, and we had a fantastic time together. I just didn't know what to do. We still had to work together. We needed to talk about it, but neither one of us wanted to break the silence. Madelon, I don't want this to be awkward. I loved it when she called me by my last name. It made my heart pound. I think it's too late for that. I shook my head. She sighed. Okay, maybe you have a point. Can we turn the clock back to... I cut her off with a sharp motion of my hand. There's no going back after what we did last night. Her cheeks turned pink, but she didn't look embarrassed. Was she getting turned on? I suppose not. But what are we going to do? I have no idea, Vanessa. We can call ourselves by the same labels we were using before it happened. We're friends, right? Colleagues? I watched as Anders expertly set the shuttlecraft down in the middle of the landing pad. I didn't look at her. What we are is lovers. Right. Couldn't we do all 3? Friends, colleagues, and lovers? Kind of a friends plus thing. On Earth, there's a thing called friends with benefits. She looked hopeful. We're on Auxem, Vanessa. Fine, but we're not dating. Colleagues who fuck. You make it sound weird. She paused, searching for the right word. It's a little clinical. Shouldn't it be? The shuttle door slid open. We're 2 scientists who don't want to get their hearts broken again. We're meant to be detached. Do you think we can do it? Vanessa turned away from me to face the crowd emerging from the shuttlecraft and pasted on a smile. Arnon and Jane came first, each carrying a baby. Elle had a huge belly, and Ari assisted on helping her when she didn't need his assistance. Alex and Praia came next, followed by Gwen and Anders. I spoke out of the side of my mouth as we moved toward my family. I think we have to. What could possibly go wrong? We can't seem to keep our hands off each other. I can refrain. I think you mean we don't want to keep our hands off each other. Since we are not getting back together, it has to be sex with no strings attached. That's good enough for me, Avren. We went forward to greet my family.
Vanessa. The dull roar of conversation was overwhelming. After greetings and some shocking insults between the brothers, we made our way to Arnon and Jane's opulent place, which the staff had carefully prepared for us. A magnificent display of food was on the table, and I was afraid everyone would pair off. Avren and I were certainly not a couple, but we were off the hook because they separated into groups of men and women. Jane walked off by herself, taking a tour of the place, and the other women followed her. The boys congregated in the kitchen, standing around while Arnon passed around Auxem alcohol. I stood by myself, feeling like I wasn't part of the group. What was I doing here? Avren was engrossed with his family, which was how it should be, but I clearly wasn't a part of it. I needed to get back to work. I should never have set foot in the room. I turned to let myself quietly out the door, knowing I didn't belong, when I heard Gwen's voice echoing across the house. "Where is the other ginger hiding? Vanessa, come over here." I turned toward the sound of her voice. Gwen appeared in the hallway and beckoned to me. "Where do you think you're going, girl? You don't want to be left alone when the Magellan brothers are catching up. Make sure you bring both of your X chromosomes with you. We have a lot to talk about." I blinked, overcome by her kindness and unrestrained warmth in front of the Auxem princes. Anders called out to her. "Take your 2 X chromosomes and get out of here, Gwen. I'll deal with you later." Gwen winked at him and nodded at me, indicating we should proceed down the passageway. We walked toward the sound of chattering women. "Is there somewhere you needed to be tonight?" She looked at me curiously. I shrugged. Avren and I aren't married. I could never do what you do, behaving casually in front of famous people." Gwen burst out laughing uncontrollably, and I watched her, feeling bewildered. Had I said something funny? She laughed so long and so hard that she ended up clutching her belly and needing to use the bathroom. "Thanks, Vanessa. I needed a laugh. I've been stressed lately, and that's not safe for the baby." I still don't understand what I said that was so humorous. A while ago, I couldn't even talk to them. I started sweating if I knew I was going to be in the same room as one of them. I couldn't speak. They probably thought I was an idiot. "That sounds completely unbelievable. You're just saying something to make me feel better." I knew I had offended her immediately. I would never tell a lie. "Come here, let me show you something." Gwen grabbed my arm and dragged me out onto the beautiful terrace at the back of their suite. The ground was cement and ended in some perfectly manicured grass. Lamps that looked like torches surrounded the sitting area. A complete set of comfortable living room furniture filled the space. Off in the courtyard were trees, fountains, and benches, but my attention wasn't on the surroundings. "Girls, please tell Vanessa how I used to behave around your husbands." Elle made a dismayed face. Jane laughed, then covered her mouth. Priya grinned. "Come on, don't be shy." She doesn't believe me. Elle shook her head. "I can hardly believe it myself. Vanessa, she only started talking to the guys recently." Priya spoke up. "She used to tell Anders he wasn't a prince and he was just a pilot. She made him feel like she only loved part of him." "I couldn't handle it, Vanessa. I had a weird phobia. It was funny because Anders the prince never made me feel nervous at all. We were together all the time." "You really wouldn't say a word when they were around?" Gwen nodded her head. "What do you mean you don't belong?" "You're all the wives of princes. Doesn't that make you princesses?" 4 disgusted faces in front of me forced me to start laughing. "We're women from Earth, just like you." Priya stood up and ran her hands up and down her body. None of us are princesses at heart, no matter what our official titles might be. Vanessa, what's up with you and Avren? Jane spoke sweetly and innocently, but I couldn't help feeling she wasn't quite as wholesome as she looked. We're researching the cause of Auxem wing pain. I frowned. I thought you all knew about it. We've isolated the gene, and we're trying to alter it to remove the agony. I trailed off. Everyone looked like they had more questions for me. I'm not as polite as Jane. Elle seemed like a shark out for blood. She had brown hair and a short pixie cut. Are you two together, or what? Avren and I? Against my will, I started nervously thinking about what we had done last night. Why would you ask me such an embarrassing question? Gwen's eyes lit up, and she grinned at Priya, who smiled back. Did you notice she didn't answer the question? Gwen sounded like she had heard something funny. Rumor has it you and Avren dated before, but it ended badly. Jane frowned at Gwen and Priya. Yes, that's about right. How do you know so much about me? I was unwilling to share any further details. Everyone seemed nice, but I didn't know them. There's nothing between us now. We're colleagues. All the women around me had a look of disbelief on their face. The baby had been squirming around in Jane's arms. Jane put her down on the floor, and the little girl crawled around before finding a chair to pull herself up on. We don't want to be pushy, Vanessa. Gwen frowned thoughtfully. Well, I do. They don't. She waved a hand at her sisters-in-law. But you two look like a little more than colleagues. I decided to try another approach. Would you believe we're old friends? Maybe, if that was only the beginning of the description. Is there a with benefits tacked on at the end? Gwen waggled her eyebrows at me. I sighed and sat down in one of the chairs. We were trying to keep our relationship professional. I was, at least. But things happened. The women started cheering and only stopped when Gwen forced them to quiet down. And, she prompted, last night you got your groove on, didn't you? I can see why. Avren is cute. Not as cute as Anders, of course, but there's something about him. Her comments touched off a spirited discussion about which Madelon brother was the cutest. In the end, the consensus seemed to be that Avery was gorgeous, Arnon distinguished, Anders devilishly handsome, Alex just plain hot, and Avren was cute in a bookish sort of way. I agreed, and appreciated the heat getting off my back for a few minutes. Here's the thing, Vanessa. Gwen reached out to take my hands. You seem to be a terrific person, but Avren is part of our family. We don't want to see him get hurt. I looked around, and everyone had a similar solemn look on their face. Some were nodding in agreement. We heard that you broke his heart the last time you were together. Who told you that? Does it matter, Vanessa? All we want to know is if it's true. I think we hurt each other. We were much younger back then. Priya nodded, looking sympathetic. Avren said it was pretty complicated. It was. But neither of us is going to have problems this time. It's just sex. I could see doubt emanating from their bodies. We're not getting involved. We're hooking up. Does Avren feel the same way you do? Gwen had a concerned look on her face. Of course he does. Why do you ask? Gwen looked around at the others for support, and they nodded. When he looks at you, there's a lot more than lust in his eyes.
Chapter 9. Avren.
I was still thinking about yesterday's dinner while I was at work the next day. I missed my family when we were apart, and having Vanessa join us was heartbreaking. Part of me wished we could be like the other couples around the table, together, happy, and having a lot of sex. But we couldn't. I still liked having her there. Vanessa made me happy, and I hated it. She was going to leave when our project ended, and I'd have a hole in my life again. I just couldn't stop myself from enjoying her presence while she was with me, no matter what misery awaited me in the future. Vanessa, aren't you glad I forced you to take an early lunch break? She ravenously tore into the food I brought. It looked revolting to me, but she seemed to enjoy it. You know something? I forgot to change my schedule. If someone's looking for me, they'll think I'm in the lab. If that's your biggest concern right now, you don't have a lot of things to worry about. Who would be looking for you? She tilted her head from side to side, considering. I guess you have a point. It was a gorgeous day, and we were eating outside in the sunshine in a large courtyard next to the lab. Vanessa suddenly stopped eating and focused her green eyes on me. I've meant to tell you something. Your expert scientists either made a colossal error or intentionally misstated the results of your fertility tests. A disgusted look passed her face. I need to read through the study again, but there are a dozen holes in the data, each one of them big enough to pilot a spaceship through. I winced. You're going to have to show me. I don't know why anyone would do something like that. Vanessa wrinkled her nose and sniffed the air. Do you smell something weird? I shrugged. I couldn't smell anything except Vanessa's appalling lunch. She continued berating the scientist who had decided Auxem males were going to be infertile. It's shoddy science. We don't have the time to do this, but someone should commission another study immediately. If they made a mistake, we have to know. I'll get Karsagan to organize it. He's quick and accurate. She glanced up from the exotic earth food she was eating to look at me with a penetrating glare. And I'll make sure to check on him every step of the way. I slapped the table for emphasis. Exactly. Her eyes twinkled. And go through the outcome with a fine-toothed comb. But Avren, why would someone alter their results? It's not like they're going to benefit from a mistake like that. A roar sounded from across the courtyard. We watched in horror as our lab burst into flames and started disintegrating. We ran to the far side of the courtyard, away from the fire, forgetting about our meal. Emergency services began screeching in our direction. A hovercraft appeared and began pouring water on the fire. Personnel streamed in through all the doors and secured the area. One of them was about to go into the lab, but I ran over to stop him. You don't have to risk your life. There's no one in there. I put my hand on his arm. Don't tell me how to do my job. Vanessa Dwyer's working in there right now. He pushed me away and headed for the door. I don't know where you're getting your information from, but it's wrong. She's right over there. He looked in the direction I was pointing and called out. Are you Vanessa? She came over to present her identification. We waited around while the firemen did their jobs and security started an investigation. Vanessa couldn't stop pacing. Did you send our samples to the team, Avren? Tell me we didn't lose all our work. We're going to be fine. The team at the third-party lab was verifying our conclusions. I already called to double-check. Okay. She stopped walking and rolled her shoulders. I can't believe someone would do this to us. Maybe it was an accident, Vanessa. We have some volatile chemicals in there. They're all properly stored and cared for. Nothing like this should have happened today. She was right, but I didn't want to imagine what her implications could mean. The head of the security team approached us with black smudges on his face and arms. I have bad news, Your Highness. He bowed his head and waited for me to speak before looking at me. It was protocol, but I hated it. You can call me Avren. Just tell us what you've learned. He seemed uncomfortable and avoided using my first name. Someone sabotaged your lab. They were trying to destroy our research? Vanessa was fuming. She had guessed it already, but this was her first independent confirmation. Why would someone do that? Not exactly. They weren't trying to ruin your work. What do you mean? I had the feeling we weren't going to like what he was about to say. I'm very sorry, miss.
They were trying to kill you.
Vanessa. The head of security spent some time explaining how they reached their conclusion. The explosion had happened at my station. There weren't any samples there today because I had been solving some equations on paper. The detonation was rigged to look like an accident. Even if the blast didn't get me, the toxic smoke would have killed me within minutes. It wasn't the first time someone had made an attempt on my life, either. The attack on our fighter might have been intended for me. It was frightening to imagine someone was trying to kill me again, especially since we didn't know who was doing it or why. It was probably related to the research. It would change everything for Auxem, and some people didn't like change. Avren, can I just go back to my room now? The head of security answered my question, not Avren. It depends on where you're staying. I have one of the guest rooms? No, that's not a secure location. You'll have to stay in the prison tonight. Are you kidding me? I couldn't believe my ears. I haven't done anything wrong. I'm not saying you did, but it's secure, and nothing's going to happen to you there. We don't have to go that far. Vanessa can stay with me. Avren looked like he wasn't going to take no for an answer. I have 3 bedrooms, plus the living room and a den. I blushed, but the head of security wasn't looking at me. That's good enough for me. Apparently, he was only concerned about my safety, not whether Avren and I were fucking. The royal apartments are the only rooms safer than the prison. I'm glad we agree. Come on, Vanessa. I'll show you to your new room. Whatever you say. I felt dazed and overwhelmed. Everything was happening too quickly, and I wasn't used to this much excitement in my life. I'll have a guard escort you. Don't go anywhere without your personal security detail, Avren. Avren nodded reluctantly. We'll do whatever we have to do. He took my hand and led me out of the courtyard.
Avren. Vanessa had almost died in front of my eyes. The thought shook me. I didn't know what I would do if anything happened to her. I couldn't have her, but I knew I still cared about her. When we reached my suite, I got Vanessa settled on the couch and went into the kitchen to make us a drink. I needed something to soothe my nerves. Vanessa seemed distracted too. Anyone would have trouble processing an attempt on their life. I brought 2 drinks on a tray and set it on the coffee table in front of her. She leaned forward and took a glass, sipping until her hands began to shake so badly that she couldn't hold it anymore. I took the cup from her and gently put it on the table before sitting down on the couch and wrapping my arms around her, pulling her close to me.
They were trying to kill me, Madelon.
You and your lunch date saved me.
She stopped, unwilling to contemplate what might have happened. I was so thankful for my decision that I didn't know what to say. Vanessa held on to me as if she were afraid to let go. I didn't intend for this to happen, Vanessa. I would never have asked you to come to Auxem if I thought you might be in danger.
I know.
She pulled away and looked up at me. She had tears on her face, and I wiped them away with my thumb.
You couldn't have predicted what happened.
I understand if you don't want to stay here. She frowned.
Are you trying to kick me out, Madelon?
No. I pulled her to me again. I don't want you to go. I had accidentally spoken a profound truth, but I pressed on. I want you to be able to sleep tonight.
Someone's trying to kill me, and I don't know why, Avren. Don't you think the best place for me to be is in a fortified castle?
The stress of the day hit me. Having Vanessa here in my arms seemed a very good thing. I think the best place for you is in my bed. I don't want to let you out of my sight. I couldn't forgive myself if anything happened to you, Vanessa. Her eyes softened.
Your bed sounds pretty good to me right now, although I'm not sure if I feel like fooling around.
My mouth dropped open. Do you think I would try to seduce a traumatized girl? She smiled and batted her eyes at me playfully.
Yes? I'm not going to let a single day affect me too much.
The servants brought her clothes and put them in one of the guest bedrooms in my large suite. We met in my room and we were both ready to sleep. She gave me a nervous look, but I led her to the bed, tucking her in. Then I went around to my side and climbed in, spooning myself against Vanessa's back and wrapping my arm around her. She gave a contented sigh. Nothing's going to happen to me here. I kissed her cheek. Of course not, Vanessa.
After the crazy events of the day, we both fell fast asleep, more exhausted than we had imagined.
Vanessa. Snuggling with Avren all night had been terrible and beautiful at the same time. I had slept deeply and awakened feeling refreshed. I even received a call from Genetic Futures, but I didn't bother returning it. They probably just wanted to return the research samples I sent in with my application. What I was doing now seemed more important than racing to call them back. They rejected me. They could wait. We were meeting with Avren's eldest brother, Arnon, who was in charge until his father returned. The king was conducting a trade mission or diplomatic event, I didn't remember which, but for the time being, Arnon was making a lot of important decisions. One consequence was that Avren hadn't explained what we were doing to his father. I didn't think it was a good idea, but I wasn't able to change his mind. Avren and I made the short hovercraft trip to see Arnon, who was conducting official business in the government building adjacent to the castle. I entered the large, ancient building with trepidation. It was dark and constructed from heavy stone. I felt like I had been called to the principal's office, even though I hadn't done anything wrong. "I've got bad news for you, Avren." Arnon didn't even bother with a greeting. His dark brown eyes looked grave. "What else is new?" Avren and I sat down in chairs opposite Arnon's desk. What could be worse than yesterday? Well, an explicit death threat, for one. Arnon raised an eyebrow. "And, Vanessa, I'm afraid it's directed at you. It says you need to stop what you're doing or they're going to kill you. As long as the research ends, they promise to spare your life." Avren stood up and started walking back and forth like a caged animal. "We can't stop. What we're doing is critical. But don't we have to?" He looked at me. "There's no way I'm putting your life on the line. I'm not going to trade Alex for you." He glanced at his older brother. I looked up. "Wait a second. I'm right here, but you're talking about me like I don't have a say in anything. Aren't you going to ask me what I want to do, Madeline? You don't get to decide things for me." "I do." Arnon drew our attention back to him. His voice was grim. "I can shut down your project if I don't think it's worth the risk. Convince me." "It's too important to let someone else direct us." I turned to Arnon. "Alex isn't the only one suffering from terrible pain. I've been reading the research papers on your condition. Why hasn't anyone been working on this before now? It's ridiculous and wrong." "But we don't have to fix everything right now. We've waited for a long time. Alex has always managed to muddle through." Avren continued to pace while speaking, arms flailing for emphasis. I started trying different arguments to change Avren's mind. "I think we're close to a breakthrough. We've almost finished altering the gene and are on the verge of starting clinical trials." Avren stopped pacing for a second to look at me. "What happens if we stopped? Would we have to start over from the beginning?" "Of course not. You know that," I faltered. "We could pick up from where we left off at any time." Arnon's voice became gentle. "Vanessa, as a guest on our planet, I cannot put your life in danger. You may continue the research after we determine who's behind these threats. Until then, you have to stop working." Avren spoke up. "Arnon, maybe there's another option. Have you considered the Summer Palace?" "What about it?" "There's room to set up a clandestine lab up there. We could quietly step up the security. There's hardly any people there, and we can work without looking over our shoulder all the time. No one would know where we were. Arnon considered the proposal. If there is any more trouble, do you agree to take a break? Avren glanced at me. I nodded. We'll do what you want. How long is it going to take to build the laboratory? Arnon laughed. You are determined, aren't you? I don't think there's anything funny about it. I put my hands on his desk and leaned toward him. Why couldn't they see the same things I did? The pain you go through isn't necessary. We're going to fix it. He sat back, steepled his fingers, and stared at me. I believe you, Vanessa. I'll order my staff to prepare the new laboratory within the week. Your determination and courage are admirable. Thank you. Arnon gave his brother an inscrutable look. You two will have to take care of each other out there. We will have a heavy security presence, but if anything happens, you're going to be on your own. He meant Avren wouldn't have his brothers to support him. Once we were in the hovercraft going back to the castle, Avren took my hand. I didn't try to stop him. Vanessa, maybe this is a bad idea. Have you thought about stopping the research and going somewhere else? We've been over this before, Madeline. The safest place is right here. I refrained from adding with you at the end. It seemed too sappy. I know, but it's the most dangerous place, too. If you keep working, they're going to try to harm you again. I'm not a coward, and I'm not going to be intimidated by a few assholes. Let me clear something up for you. I'm not quitting. Arnon is going to send the best security he has, and you'll be right beside me the whole time. It's the best we can do. I'm not afraid, and I'm not going to go running because someone thinks he can intimidate me. Avren gave me a grin that made me melt. You're not going to let anything stand in the way of science, are you? Of course not, Avren. You should know me by now. I linked my fingers with his. Let's go spend some credits for the laboratory. You are a woman after my own heart. Avren patted my arm with his hand. What better way to spend an afternoon than buying things with a beautiful woman? Exactly. I felt happiness flash through me. I couldn't think of a better way to spend the day. Chapter 10. Vanessa. I stood in the doorway of the new laboratory at the Summer Palace and yawned. I was tired, but I thought I could do one more thing before going to bed. Setting up the new location had taken about a week. We arrived in the dead of night. Anders took us there in the fancy fighter we used to reach Auxem. With the cloaking device engaged, no one would know a starship had come and gone. I felt like a secret agent. The lab had retinal scans and other sophisticated security I had never seen before. The palace was in lockdown mode. Avren and I weren't allowed to leave without a security detail. I would have stayed even if I didn't have to. We were so close to the finish line that I couldn't stop working. Avren forced me to take breaks to eat and sleep, but if it weren't for him, I would have lived in the lab. As soon as the animal testing showed our genetic modifications were stable, we could begin testing on the Auxem. I didn't think the changes were dangerous, but there wasn't a guarantee. All we had were meticulous science, rigorous testing on animals, and a few brave Auxem who were willing to risk their lives for others. The only way for us to learn how our genetic alterations behaved in the Auxem was to test them on Auxem bodies, and the galaxy's governing scientific body recognized this. According to the law, as long as we performed due diligence and had willing test subjects, we could proceed with the research. I walked into our laboratory, going into the area where we put on our clothes. A moment later, I heard someone at the door. I froze, my heart in my throat. Though I felt safe at the castle, I was still a target, and someone could try to kill me at any moment. It made me jumpy. I turned around slowly. It was only Avren. I put my hand over my heart. Madeline, you startled me. Sorry, Vanessa. Avren rubbed at his eyes. Why are you here? I couldn't sleep without you. He blinked and looked at me with a wary expression on his face, as if the words had slipped out and he hadn't meant to say them. I'm almost finished. I want to do one more thing. Vanessa, it's 11 at night. Whatever you're doing can wait until morning. You're working too hard. It's not healthy. I shrugged. Avren was right, but I always became a little obsessed in the middle of a project. I'll be done soon. Go back to bed. We had been enjoying our friends with benefits arrangement. I had been staying most nights in his bed, but I hoped he wasn't getting used to having me around all the time. As soon as we finished our work, I was going back to my real life. Oddly enough, what had been my life before seemed like just a dream compared to the reality of living on Auxem with Avren. 3 months had passed already, and everything felt almost too perfect. We did everything together and weren't getting sick of each other. We rarely fought, except for when we were deciding what to eat. We had wildly different tastes in food, and most days we ate separately. There was none of the nitpicky irritation I had experienced before with other scientists. Sometimes working closely together could drive people crazy, but not with Avren. I was waiting for something bad to happen, a big fight, another attack, or an insurmountable problem with the research. Nothing. It was unsettling. I see I'll need to convince you. I had already turned my back to him and resumed putting on my work clothes. There's nothing you can do, Avren. Don't bother. It won't work. Let me rephrase. I'll need to entice you. I felt his warm breath on the nape of my neck and shivered. He pressed a kiss to my cheek. I closed my eyes, leaning back against his strong form and letting myself live in the moment. I worried about protecting my heart in our odd arrangement, but I thought I was staying detached. I wouldn't let him break me again. I would miss being close to him, though, and I wanted to go even further. I wanted to fuck him, but we couldn't unless we were in love. That was the last thing that was going to happen. We were too suspicious of relationships. Vanessa, I want to take you back to bed. I'm not tired, Madeline. I tried not to sound as needy as I felt. Who said anything about sleep? Avren reached around and felt my breasts through my shirt. Am I enticing you yet? I only need a minute here. He turned me around and captured my mouth before I could finish my thought. I melted. It worked every time. I couldn't get enough of kissing Avren. I didn't care about work at all, and I gave in. Then take me back to your bed so we can do everything except sleep. I gave him my best impression of bedroom eyes. If you look at me that way, woman, we won't make it to the bed. My eyes drifted to the counter. I loved sex on countertops. Avren caught my look and lifted his eyebrows before locking the door. The room didn't have any windows to cover. A moment later, he had me on the counter and stood between my legs, kissing me with his hands under my shirt. He made his way down my neck, pressing small kisses all the way to my collarbone. I can't believe we're doing this here. I was getting so turned on that I couldn't think straight. He gave me the sexiest smile I had ever seen on his face. I need to taste you, Vanessa. He unfastened my pants and pulled them off me, tossing them onto the floor and spreading my legs. Excuse me? I had never let any man do that before. I have to. I can't wait anymore. I didn't answer, not sure if I wanted him to keep going or not. He had my shirt unbuttoned and my bra undone in a few seconds. His mouth was everywhere. on my breasts, bare stomach, and inner thighs. I was aching for him. Any hesitation I had disappeared as soon as I felt his tongue on my clit. My eyes rolled back in my head at the pleasure, and I gasped, opening my legs wider. He murmured against my delicate flesh, "That's right." Avren licked up and down my folds, and my hips bucked. He reached up and held me firmly against the counter as he continued flicking and licking my clit with perfect intensity. I whimpered, needing more, and he took his hands off my hips. I felt a finger pushing into me. He pumped it in and out while sucking my clit. After a minute, he eased 2 fingers in, and I groaned. He increased the rhythm, fingers sliding in and out of me as my climax spiraled up. I needed to come, badly. "Please, Avren." My hips pushed up against his hand and mouth. The tempo increased, and I felt myself going over the edge with a cry of pleasure. The orgasm rocked me, and he kept it going, continuing to touch me until I slumped over. Avren whispered into my ear, "Isn't this better than whatever you were going to do?" I couldn't speak, but I nodded. He carried me back to his room. It was quite the display of strength, and I was impressed. He set me gently on top of the covers. "Are we going to bed now? To sleep?" "We're not going to sleep, Vanessa. Not yet. I've got other things in mind." It looked like it was going to be a long night, after all.
Avren. The sight of Vanessa's sweet, naked body on the satin sheets made me want to fuck her immediately. She looked so sexy on the counter that I could hardly contain myself. I had something incredible prepared for us tonight. I quickly undressed and followed Vanessa onto the bed, covering her with my body. I loved being over her. Sometimes she straddled me, but there was something about the dominant position I liked. She moaned as my cock touched her slick folds.
Avren, what are you doing?
I wanted nothing more than to slide inside and fuck her until she screamed. But I couldn't. Not yet. I let more of my weight press her down into the bed, but I didn't crush her. Vanessa had told me she liked the feeling of being completely submissive to me. She could never act like this in the lab or regular life. She spread her legs as wide as she could, opening herself to me. She gasped as I rubbed the length of my rigid shaft along her wet slit.
"Yes, do it again."
I thrust forward, never penetrating her, only rubbing against her clit and her soaking wetness. The sensation was incredible, and I didn't know how long I could last without exploding. Vanessa was going wild, writhing beneath me as I pumped my hips and stroked against her hot, slippery folds.
"That's it. Right there."
She fell to pieces, thrashing and rocking against me. Her orgasm set mine off, and I thrust hard several times before I stiffened, wishing I was coming inside her. Spent, we lay curled up together. We were hot and sweaty. Our bodies stuck to each other, but we were so high in the pleasure we brought each other that we didn't care. Vanessa whispered in my ear,
"I wish we never had to stop doing this."
I didn't want to think about giving her up at some point. We would have to part ways eventually. I had been trying to keep my distance emotionally, but it was impossible. The more time I spent with Vanessa, the more I fell in love with her. I had always been in love with her. When this was over, she was going to leave and break my heart again. She had told me so. If I got hurt, I had no one to blame but myself. I couldn't keep myself from the sweet drug that was Vanessa Dwyer. The more I got, the more I wanted. I worried about the withdrawal when she eventually left, but I would enjoy the ride while it lasted and get over her when the time came. I did it once. I could do it again.
Vanessa. Avren had gone to get breakfast for us from the kitchen while I finished getting dressed. As I came into the sunny kitchenette of the suite that I like to think of as ours, but was really his, my communicator buzzed. I wasn't presentable yet, and took the call on voice only while pouring myself a cup of hot tea. "I'm looking for Vanessa Dwyer." "You found her." I instantly recognized the voice of the recruiter from Genetic Futures. "Vanessa, how are you doing?" "Let's cut the small talk, Aldwan. What do you want?" I had no desire to speak with him. "I see you're still upset. I would be too if I were you. I don't want to waste your time, Vanessa. Genetic Futures has reconsidered their decision. We want you to be the head of our research department, and we're prepared to offer you 1.5 times the original salary. The president sends his apologies." "You're going to have to give me a minute." I had not expected a job offer. I didn't want it now, not after what they had done to me, and not when Avren and I were on the verge of something. I didn't know what exactly, but it was something. "I thought you would be surprised. I'm not sure what happened, but the rumor is that the president's mother, a major shareholder in the company, heard about what he did. She came all the way down to headquarters and stormed into his office. After a ferocious discussion, he called me and said he wanted you back. I probably shouldn't tell you this, but they're prepared to overspend." I dropped down to the couch and stared at the wall. Genetic Futures wants me to work for them? And I can have anything I want? Anything within reason. I can't work miracles. What if I only want to work half-time, double the pay, assemble and hand-pick my team? Not a problem, Vanessa. Whatever you want. I still couldn't believe it. I wasn't even happy. What was wrong with me? Wasn't this what I had always wanted? "Are you still there, Vanessa? Do you need more time to decide?" I was surprised when I heard what my voice said next. "I'll need to think about it, Aldwan. I'll get back to you in about a week." There was silence from the other end of the line. This isn't the answer I expected. "I wasn't waiting around for you. In the meantime, someone else hired me. I'll need to consider all my options before making a decision." "They're not going to wait longer than 7 days." I could hear the confusion in his voice. I had been so eager for the job before that he couldn't understand my reluctance. I wasn't sure about it myself. "I'll contact you soon, Aldwan. Thank you." I disconnected the communicator and sat back, holding my hands over my face. What was I going to do now? This job was everything I had ever wanted. I had every reason to take it. But what about Avren? I made him a promise, and we weren't finished yet. There was no way I could do both. I would have to choose. Avren walked through the door with our breakfast on a tray. "I have food for both of us." He went directly into the kitchen. "I received a message from Arnon. They're coming up for my birthday in a couple of days. We'll have a chance to visit with them. You'll have to take a few hours off, though, and I know you don't like doing that." When I didn't argue with him, he came over to me. "What's wrong?" I smiled as brightly as I could. "Nothing. I'm hungry. You took forever." He didn't seem convinced, but decided to let it go. "Well, come eat then. You need to keep your energy up." Yes, we have a lot of work to do. My mind immediately jumped to what we had planned for today. I wasn't talking about work. Avren had a wolfish glint in his eye. What else would I need energy for? I started to eat. I couldn't look him in the eye. "For what you're going to do before you go to work?" "Actually, I'm talking about what I'm going to do to you." I felt my nipples tighten. Avren grinned at me. I tried to smile back, feeling both lust from his words and guilt for keeping a secret from him. I fully intended to tell him, but I couldn't reveal what I didn't know. I hadn't committed one way or the other. As soon as I decided, I could tell him the truth. As soon as I decided.
Chapter 11. Avren. Vanessa bit her lip as she stared at her communicator. We were together in the lab after a quick walk around the courtyard to stretch our legs. I peeked over her shoulder to see what she thought was so interesting. The subject line of the message read, "Final results on animal trials." She wasn't opening it. She kept looking at it as a crease formed between her eyebrows. "Aren't you going to read it?" I put my arm around her waist and rested my hand on her hip. Physical contact between us was becoming so common that I hardly noticed what I was doing. I originally thought she needed someone to support her, but I hadn't spent any time wondering what that might mean. I wanted her for more than sex. It was going to be painful when she left. We were getting close to the end of the initial tests. If the animal trials were successful, we were ready to start working on Auxem's subjects. Vanessa was a hard worker. We had finished the first phase faster than I had imagined possible. Of course, I wanted us to succeed, but I didn't want to make a breakthrough too quickly. Vanessa was a demon when it came to work, and I didn't know how she managed to remember to eat when she was performing research. I had a feeling if I weren't around, she would forget everything except the project. "You might as well open it, Vanessa." I was starting to feel impatient. If our therapy isn't stable, we start over. It's not the end of the world. Her finger hovered over the screen. "I can open it if you need help." I reached over. "No, I'll do it. You're right, but I'm always nervous when results come back. The future is in front of me, and I don't know what the outcome is going to be." She hit her screen harder than necessary and sped through the message. "What's the good news?" I don't think she even heard me. Her face was glued to the screen. Vanessa turned to me, grinning broadly.
We did it, Madelon.
She jumped up and down and threw herself into my arms. The gene was stable? I couldn't believe we'd already come so far.
They didn't find any problems.
She kissed me hard, pressing her body against mine. I imagined I could feel the joy radiating from her. I wasn't going to get ahead of myself. We still had to pass the Auxem clinical trials, which was where the real problems were waiting for us. She pulled away from the kiss and looked at me. "Aren't you glad?" "Of course I am. I don't want to be disappointed, that's all." Vanessa nodded and stepped back. "There's nothing wrong with letting yourself be happy for a minute." Her smile vanished for a moment before bursting forth again.
"It's a significant step forward, Avren.
We should celebrate somewhere far away from here. I want to go out. We've been stuck in the palace for months. Vanessa, you know we're not allowed to leave."
Let's bring a security detail with us.
"We can go to a nice restaurant." "An Auxem restaurant?" I looked at her uncertainly. She wasn't a fan of our cuisine. "Isn't there one that serves intergalactic food?" I thought about her request. "Let me talk to the head of security. If we're lucky, they can arrange something special for us. I know a place that used to be good when I was younger."
Perfect.
Vanessa was practically bouncing on her toes. "I'll get dressed. Is it somewhere fancy? You have to wear something nice, too. Maybe you'll get lucky afterward." I could never resist a well-dressed man and a night out on the town. "If you insist." I leaned over and kissed her. Vanessa was everything I had ever wanted, but soon she would be leaving me. The thought made my heart ache. I would have time to deal with the hurt later. Today I had her next to me, and that was going to have to be enough.
Vanessa. The summer palace was isolated on an estate. We had to take a trip to a nearby village to find a restaurant, but our meal tasted fantastic. After we had finished eating, we went for a walk along the seashore on the edge of the small town. We were riding in an old gondola, taking us to the top of one of the mountains surrounding the summer palace. Avren said the rickety contraption operated under a tourist license. Our security detail was in the car behind us. I leaned over to whisper into Avren's ear, "Do you know what I like better than sex on a lab counter?" He was looking out the window and staring at the beautiful view, but he became still while he was listening to me. No, but I could take a couple of guesses. Sex in public places. Fuck, Vanessa. Avren pulled me onto his lap and started kissing me wildly. Something felt desperate about the kiss on both our parts. We had become too involved in our relationship, and either one of us might end up hurt at the end of it. There was nothing to be done about it. Our emotions were already tightly intertwined. Avren left my lips and began ripping off my shirt. He unclasped my bra and had his mouth on my already hard nipple in a half second. Having sex tonight was not going to be slow and sweet. Tonight, I wanted it fast and dirty. That was just the way I liked it sometimes. I slid off his lap, breaking his connection with my breast. I reached for his pants to free his cock. Avren's eyes were filled with lust when he looked at me, and I felt myself get wet at the sight. He lifted my skirt and ran a hand underneath it. I wasn't wearing anything that would get in his way. "You're a bad girl, aren't you?" I put on a prim and proper expression. "I thought you might need easy access to all my parts." He slid his right hand between my thighs. I grabbed his cock with my left hand and gently stroked him, eliciting a gasp which left me satisfied. Some couples couldn't pleasure each other at the same time, but Avren and I were good at it. I didn't know what was different about tonight. Maybe it was the possibility of being seen, Avren's arousal, or the knowledge that we would part ways soon. But I came so fast and strong that I couldn't help but scream out Avren's name. Avren kissed me deeply to muffle my cries. He was probably afraid the security detail would hear me in the next car. I continued stroking until he came, groaning loudly. We cleaned up quickly and put our clothes on again. Avren pulled me onto his lap and held me. I wrapped my arms around him, putting my head on his shoulder. I didn't know why I felt sad. He had just satisfied me. I didn't know what Madeline was to me, but I was spending a fantastic night with him, and our research was progressing without any major obstacles, except for someone trying to kill me. In the end, I was going to have my dream job with Genetic Futures. I would accept their offer, effectively having my cake and eating it too. Everything was going according to plan. So why did I feel lost?
Avren. Vanessa and I stood on a mountaintop, holding hands and watching the sunset. We were in a park that was free from beasts. On the other side of the mountain, wild and dangerous animals roamed free. In spite of the pretty surroundings and success of our research, a dull pain filled my heart. I didn't know what my problem was. Our time on the gondola had been incredible. The only thing I could imagine that would be more intense was bonding with Vanessa. Afterward, I had been filled with sadness, and she had seemed subdued as well. We had clung to each other all the way up the mountain. Ever since we had left the car, we hadn't said a word to each other. The silence between us grew uncomfortable. We both knew our work was about to enter a new phase and come to an end. Was she as torn up about it as I was? I doubted it, but Vanessa seemed to enjoy our time together. Even if she didn't care about me other than as a friend with benefits, I thought she would be sad about leaving. I reminded myself that we still had time together. How are we going to find an Auxem subject for testing? I hated to bring up work again, but I needed to break the silence and cheer both of us up. Work made both of us happy. I don't know. I'm sure we'll have plenty of possibilities to choose from if we ask around. But it's going to be dangerous. Vanessa stared off into space, letting the wheels in her head turn. We don't know what's going to happen. Your bodies could end up rejecting the new gene. Frankly, I'm worried about whoever gets the first dose. We need to have full disclosure. Everything will be in the waiver, but even if we're covered legally, there are ethical implications. Vanessa had a point. We didn't know what was going to happen to the first Auxem subject. We would learn a lot from them and be able to make things safer for the people who came next. but the original person would still be dead. We didn't have any way to protect them from the unknown. I gazed at her in consternation. We're never going to find volunteers if we disclose the potential risks, but we can't lie either. I hadn't thought far enough ahead. We had been too focused on the initial phase of testing. Maybe we could find someone who's terminally ill. They wouldn't be a good candidate, Vanessa. We need to find some young, healthy men. It's not going to be as easy as we thought. Vanessa began to walk along the railing, and I kept pace with her. Not in the beginning. Once we know it's safe, finding test subjects won't be a problem. They might even come to us. But the first ones? I shook my head. What are we going to do? Vanessa looked dismayed. If we didn't find a way forward, our research would come to a halt. The view stretching in front of us was gorgeous, and just the opposite of how I felt in my heart. If we couldn't figure it out, everyone on Auxem would continue to suffer forever. The sun dropped below the horizon, filling the sky with streaks of brilliant pinks, oranges, and reds. The beauty triggered a brilliant idea in my mind. We had the perfect test subject already. I turned to Vanessa. I'll do it myself. I hope you're joking. She pulled back in shock. You're not going to do it. Hang on a second. I understand all the risks. I'm in perfect physical condition. I ran a hand up and down my body. Look at me. Vanessa cut me off. That's ridiculous. Don't propose it again. It's not happening. What am I going to do if my research partner dies? I won't be able to publish. She made a dismissive wave of her hand. It's out of the question. I couldn't tell if her voice was shaking from anger or fear. Listen to me. I took her hand and made her face me. The project is bigger than us. It's important for everyone on Auxem, but particularly for Alex. I would do anything to help my little brother. You're not going to do him any good if you're dead. Don't you think he would hurt if you passed away? I could see tears shining in her eyes. Everything in life is a risk. We're not going to find anyone else, Vanessa. It has to be me. You're crazy. She pulled her hands away from me. Her eyes were flashing, and I thought she might lose control. And selfish, too. Wasn't leaving me once enough for you? Do you have to kill yourself on purpose in front of me? I had the feeling we weren't talking about science anymore. I think you're misunderstanding me. Shut up, Avren. Vanessa pointed her finger at me. It was your stupid idea for us to work together. You were the one who fucked me. It wasn't only my idea, was it? I think you know what happened. We're close to the end of the project. It will be hard for me to leave, but we would get over it. I would get over you, but I wouldn't be able to cope with your death. A tear fell out of her eye and rolled down her cheek. She furiously wiped it away. Vanessa, nothing's going to happen to me. Don't say things you know aren't true just to make me feel better. She backed away from me. Hold on. Where are you going? I moved toward her. I need some space. Another tear rolled down her cheek. Just leave me alone, Avren. I stopped walking and watched Vanessa turn and run, disappearing around the bend of the walkway. Our guard began to follow. I called out to him. Give her a minute, okay? He nodded, walking slowly so he wouldn't catch up with her too quickly. I would let her calm down. Perhaps we both needed to take a few minutes to cool off. Around me, the color of the mountains was beginning to change as night approached. The overwhelming palette of reds had transformed into blues and purples, matching my mood. I wondered how we had reached this point. From the outburst, it seemed like Vanessa might have feelings for me, but it wasn't a sure thing. She might feel passionate about our friendship. I had seen it before. The only thing I knew for sure was that she planned to leave. That was enough to reveal the truth to me. She didn't care about me. If she did, she wouldn't be thinking about going anywhere. I shook my head. My feelings for Vanessa were making me overanalyze everything. I doubted things were going to end well for me. But like an iron filing drawn to a magnet, there was nothing I could do to withstand her irresistible pull on me. I began walking in her direction, determined to make another attempt at fixing things. I heard Vanessa scream in front of me. I raced forward, but I was too late. 2 Auxem men had their wings out and were carrying her away. I wasn't going to get another chance. Chapter 12. Avren. I didn't know what had happened to the guard, but I imagined he was lying unconscious somewhere. I pulled off my shirt, throwing it onto the ground and deploying my wings. I tried to keep my eyes open so I could see where they were taking Vanessa. Typically, I closed my eyes when taking out my wings to deal with the agony, but today I needed to know where to fly. Before the pain dissipated, I jumped and launched into the air, pumping my wings in a valiant attempt to catch up with them. I could still see them flying in the distance. When they turned abruptly, my heart dropped. They were heading for the other side of the mountain. Over there, nothing stopped the beasts from roaming freely. The abductors were going to drop Vanessa and let the beasts feast on her body. There would be no evidence or proof of the murder except for my eyewitness testimony. They didn't seem to be worried about me at all. After they had dealt with Vanessa, I was likely next on their list. I couldn't let anything happen to her. I wasn't worried about myself. I just wanted to make sure she was safe. When her abductors saw me coming, they tried to fly faster, but they couldn't move faster than me. They were carrying another person. When we passed over a lake, I was close enough for them to hear me and tried talking to them. "Why don't you guys bring her to the ground? No one has to get hurt." They glanced at each other nervously. Number 1 muttered something to Number 2. Number 2 took a look around and nodded. "No, don't do that." Vanessa was starting to panic and tried to grab onto Number 1. I caught up with them and attempted to pull Vanessa away from them, but they blocked me with their bodies. I decided to try a different approach and flew next to Number 2, punching him in the face. He grunted and changed course slightly, but they weren't going to let her free. Number 1 shook his head.
Let's just drop her.
What about the plan?
Number 1 looked in my direction.
We're not going to make it over the mountain with this joker bothering us. We can deal with him after she's dead.
Our instructions were clear. The animals are supposed to eat the body and erase all the evidence.
She's not going to survive a fall from this high up. The water will hide the body as good as the beasts could. The boss is never going to know. Why work harder if we don't have to?
Number 2 shrugged and they both released Vanessa. She screamed and managed to latch onto the legs of Number 1 as she fell, clinging to him with all her strength. I dove for her immediately. Number 1 was kicking his legs and reaching down to force her fingers open. Number 2 was trying to help, flying close to the pair and pulling on Vanessa's torso. She flailed around, but without any leverage, she didn't have a lot of force behind her kicks. There was no way for Vanessa to hang on with 2 Auxem men prying her off. She started to fall, letting out another terrified scream. I ignored everyone else and focused on Vanessa. She was closer to the water than me and accelerating. I wasn't going to reach her at my current speed and would have to pull in my wings if I wanted to catch her. I didn't think about how dangerous it was, that I had almost died from doing it before. I ignored everything that wouldn't help me race to Vanessa's side. My body was working on instinct. If I could slow Vanessa down before impact, she might survive. I pulled my wings close to my body, flattening them and minimizing their drag. I put my arms out in front of me and aimed for a spot underneath her. I felt the increase in speed immediately. I had more mass than Vanessa, and by changing the shape of my body, I was falling faster than she ever could. She was still flailing around, and her gesticulations were reducing her speed. I hoped the difference would be enough for me to pass her. Part of me feared for my life, but it wasn't a paramount concern. Vanessa was the only thing that mattered. I finally reached her, watching the water of the lake out of the corner of my eye as it approached. I passed her. Gratitude flooded me as I moved under her and repositioned my wings. The drag was immediate and painful, slowing me considerably. Vanessa crashed into me. I couldn't fly like this. I could protect her with my body, but stopping our descent would be impossible considering our speed, weight, and distance from the ground. I hadn't thought about what might happen if we hit the water, which was coming up fast.
Avren?
Fear filled Vanessa's eyes. Goodbye, Vanessa. I kissed her quickly before we hit the water.
Vanessa. Avren had broken my fall enough to keep me conscious when we hit the water. We were lucky the lake was deep. We were moving at such an extreme velocity that we might have been killed hitting bottom. There was enough water under our bodies to slow us down. I began swimming for the surface, but Avren wasn't moving. I grabbed his hand and tried to drag him up with me. He was heavy, even with the water supporting him, and the wings were pulling both of us down. I didn't want him to die on my watch. I kicked vigorously, trying to swim with only one arm. I was worried we wouldn't make it to the surface. Before I had the uncontrollable urge to inhale a bunch of water, my head poked above the surface. I dragged Avren's body up too, rolling him over so he could float on his back. He wasn't breathing. I would have to give him some of my air. A moment ago, I felt completely exhausted, but a surge of adrenaline coursed through my body as I wrapped an arm around him and began swimming for the shore. The lake appeared to have been formed in a meteor crater. The sides weren't beaches or a shoreline, they were only cliffs, and the one near our crash site was riddled with caves. I headed for the closest one, which was almost at the waterline. Within a couple of minutes, I was in the cave, trying to haul Avren's body after me. He was heavy, and I felt weak. When I realized he might have brain damage without oxygen, it gave me an inhuman strength. I managed to drag him to the stone floor of the cave. I checked his pulse and felt a faint throbbing. Avren's heart was still working. His throat had probably closed as soon as we hit the water, forcing him to hold his breath while unconscious. The involuntary reaction had stopped him from drowning. All I had to do was start his respiratory system again. I prayed my attempt would be successful. I tilted his chin back, opening the airway. I made a tight seal with my mouth over his and began forcing air into him. It was harder than I thought to push air into his lungs. After several tries, I stopped and put my head next to his mouth, watching his chest. Nothing was happening. I started all over again, checking after a few more breaths. Despair began to fill my heart. I couldn't give up. I didn't have any other options. If I had to stay by Avren's side for an hour breathing for him, I would do it. Fear and worry weren't going to cloud my brain. I had to stay alert. I realized something the next time I looked at Avren's chest. I didn't just need him and want him. I loved him. I loved him more than I had before. I loved him more than anything in the world. If he died, I knew what I had said before would come true. I would never get over his death. With a sinking heart, I bent to breathe into his lungs again, hoping this would be the time he would take over and breathe by himself. I couldn't take it if he left me. I would never be the same again.
Avren. I drew in a breath and started coughing. My back hurt, and I was lying awkwardly on the ground. I immediately rolled onto my stomach. My wings must have been jammed into my back for a long time. My lungs worked overtime, drawing in precious breaths. I felt like I couldn't get enough sweet oxygen. After a few minutes, I became aware of the sights and sounds around me again. I was in a cave somewhere on Auxem. Someone was crying behind me. It took some effort, but I managed to pull myself into a sitting position. Vanessa's hands were over her face. She was crying as though her heart would break. "What's the matter?" My voice came out in a croak. She looked up.
You scared me, Maudlin.
Vanessa came over and hugged me so tightly that I groaned.
Are you hurt?
She stepped back to look at me. I shook my head. "I'll be okay as long as you take it easy on the hugging. I only have a few bruises. As soon as my wings dry out, I should be able to fly."
I don't think you should be flying already, do you?
We don't have another way to get back to the Summer Palace. Walking back would take us at least a week, maybe even longer. That's not accounting for the beasts. I shuddered in revulsion. Flying is our only way out of here. As soon as I'm dry and rested, we'll be on our way.
I'm glad you're not hurt, Avren.
Vanessa gently wrapped her arms around me. She held her face against my chest. I could feel tears on my skin. I lifted her chin to make her look at me. You saved me. I looked deeply into her eyes.
No, I owe you my life. I know you almost died.
I didn't have the right words to express my feelings. I ran my hand down Vanessa's back, hoping it was a soothing caress. Her eyes filled with tears and she started crying again. That's another way of saying I lived. All those problems are in the past. We're both alive. I kissed her wet head, realizing I might have lost her again. It made me feel dizzy, and I moved back until I could lean against the wall, pulling Vanessa against me. I wrapped my wings around us to keep warm as night descended on the planet. Exhaustion soon overtook me, and I fell fast asleep.
Vanessa. I woke up with Avren's arms around me, feeling as happy and peaceful as I ever had before. His wings enveloped us like a soft white blanket. I wasn't shivering, despite the cold Auxem night. It was the second time I had awakened like this, and I wished there could be more in my future. Genetic Futures was ahead of me, not Avren Magellan. I knew our relationship was going nowhere, despite my heart's protests. I peeked through the feathers. Moonlight streamed into the cave. Avren stirred, groaning whenever he moved. Avren, are you okay? I had suspected he was more badly hurt than he confessed. He nodded, spread his wings out, and rose from the ground. I stood up too, hovering around him nervously. I was anxious. When I thought about Avren, I imagined a person who was strong, smart, and in control. Seeing him like this worried me. I didn't know how to take care of him, and my helplessness made me feel weak. I hated feeling weak. I'm going to be okay, Vanessa. Don't worry about me. Are you sure? I'm a little sore, but I'll survive. Avren looked down at his torso and winced. Bruises covered it. I knew I had my share of injuries, but he had taken more of the impact because I had smashed into him. I ran my fingers lightly down his stomach, and he drew in a breath. I looked up at him and saw hunger in his eyes. You've got to be kidding me. I shook my head. You crashed into a lake and you're thinking about romance a few hours later? I can't help how you affect me, Vanessa. I knew what he meant, but I refused to answer him and ignored the bulge in his pants. We should get back. Avren was determined to change the subject. I think I'm strong enough. I looked at him skeptically, but was willing to climb onto his back again. The flight was shorter than I had expected. We had taken a hovercraft to the small town where we ate, and the abductors had carried me a bit farther. With Avren flying high in the sky and taking advantage of the air currents, we were back at the Summer Palace in a couple of hours. He touched down gently, and I climbed off of him. I feel disgusting. I think I need a shower. I started peeling my stiff clothes off my body. Avren lifted an eyebrow. I think I'll take a bath. Want to join me? I hadn't even thought about it before, but after he had planted the image in my mind, I did. The bathtub in his suite was huge and easily fit both of us. We had already taken a few baths together, and they always ended in fucking. There wouldn't be much more of that in the future. And we still had to find a test subject. Avren opened the door to his suite with a retina scan, and we walked through the door. Someone was waiting for us. There you are, Avren. The person sitting on the couch didn't seem like a stranger to Avren. He was an older man in excellent shape. He had brown hair with a hint of salt and pepper on the edges, a distinguished face, and a strong jaw. Mr. Virat. Avren sounded confused. What are you doing here? Avren had mentioned Mr. Virat before, describing him as a friend of the family. In my mind, I had imagined a jolly man with a pot belly, but Mr. Virat was sitting in front of us without a shirt on, as if he expected to go flying at any moment. When I thought about it, I remembered Auxem men didn't get fat. The constant flying burned so many calories that it was difficult for them to put on extra weight. Even so, I hadn't expected an older gentleman to look handsome. If I was totally honest, he was hot. Avren, you're hard to stop when you get an idea in your head. I should have remembered that about you. You haven't changed since you were a child. He frowned. It's a little annoying. What are you trying to stop me from doing? Avren took a step back and to his left, moving in front of me. You have a ridiculous notion in your head. I'm afraid the pain from our wings is part of our existence. He waved his hand in the air. You two are playing around with home science experiments. Hold on. We can eliminate it. Avren's voice grew cold. No, we can't. All we can hope to do is treat the pain when it becomes overwhelming, and the best way to deal with the pain is with smart drugs. What are those? My company pioneered them. They automatically activate in your body when you deploy your wings, making it a painless experience. We're about to release them. Taking away the Auxem pain permanently is not part of my marketing plan. Avren stared at him. Is this a joke? If it's not, you should have come up with a better name than smart drugs. It's no joke, Avren. Trillions of credits are on the line. I'll be the savior of the Auxem race. I put a hand over my mouth. You won't become anything but a drug dealer. You're planning to get them hooked on your drugs. They'll have to buy the drugs their entire lives. I'm helping people, Vanessa. What you're trying to do is risky. You'll never find a test subject. And while you were off celebrating, I took out an insurance policy. I destroyed everything. Both of us stiffened. What do you mean by everything? I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I had someone take care of all the things they could find in your laboratory. Mr. Virat smiled cheerfully. They smashed all the stages of your experiments and every electronic device. I made sure they got all the animal studies at the third-party laboratory, too. He looked so pleased with himself that I wanted to punch him in the mouth. He had torn up a part of me. Avren looked dismayed, too. But when Mr. Virat wasn't looking, he winked at me. The expression of outrage never left my face, but I felt relief flood my body. I wasn't the only one thinking ahead. Like me, it seemed Avren had backed up our research off-site where the odious man couldn't find it. You're a bastard. I didn't mind playing along. I was embarrassed I thought he was handsome before. We can do it again. You didn't erase our memories. You won't be able to do anything if you're dead. Mr. Virat used the same bland tone from before. My life meant nothing to him. The suffering on Avren's face hurt me. I could see how deeply his friend's treachery had affected him. The Matallans placed a high value on family. Mr. Virat wasn't a blood relative, but he was close enough. He had been one of Avren's best friends, and he was throwing away their friendship for more credits. Some people could never get enough. Avren suspected he was almost as wealthy as the Matallans. I will admit something. You're difficult to kill or get out of the way. He gave me a disgusted look. I thought after the bounty hunters failed, and sabotaging your lab didn't work, offering you a dream job would do the trick. Avren looked at me suspiciously. I thought Genetic Futures rejected you. Mr. Virat might as well have slapped me. I hadn't planned on telling Avren like this. The company contacted me again a while ago. The look of betrayal on Avren's face cut me to the core, like I was as deceptive as his old friend. I knew I shouldn't have kept the secret from him, but the right time to introduce the subject never came up. I was paying for my hesitation. I wasn't sure if I was going to take the job. I didn't want to mention it. Isn't that the only reason why you wouldn't tell me about it? Avren's gray eyes were stormy. We both know you were going to take it, Vanessa. My intention had always been to accept their offer, but now I wasn't sure about it. I had to admit, it would be hard to work there if I were dead. I was going to tell you. My words sounded feeble, and I immediately hated myself. Oh, dear. Is there trouble in paradise? I have good news for you. It doesn't matter. Soon, all of this will be a pleasant memory. Avren moved in front of me. Even if his feelings for me had changed, he wasn't going to let Mr. Virat hurt me. You're brave when it's only the two of you, but there's more to the picture than you can see. I have your sister-in-law Gwen and her unborn child as well. Do you want them back? I'm only interested in one thing. Mr. Virat pointed at me. I want Vanessa.
Chapter 13. Avren. I couldn't believe Mr. Virat was the person behind the attacks. Why would someone try to profit from the tragedy of the Auxem? I didn't know what I was going to do. I couldn't let him hurt Gwen, but I wouldn't hand Vanessa over to a maniac either. He planned to kill her. Even though she had chosen her career over me yet again, she had a hold on my heart. She hadn't said anything to me about it because she knew I would be upset. I meant nothing to her, and she was going to leave. Vanessa had cracked my heart in two, but that didn't mean I was going to let her die. I had to figure out how to save both of them. Mr. Virat looked at me.
You have to make a decision, Avren. If you want Gwen and her unborn child to live, meet me at these coordinates.
He tapped his communicator, and a location appeared on my computer.
As for Vanessa, I don't know why you're trying to protect her. She's just going to leave you again. It's in her nature. She's not worth it. Her true love is her career, and that's where she'll find her happily ever after.
He was deliberately driving a knife into my heart and twisting it. I couldn't look at him. How could he say those things to me? I had trusted him. Mr. Virat flashed Vanessa a dirty look before walking to the balcony. As we watched, he pulled out his wings and grinned at us. Mr. Virat jumped off the edge and sailed into the skies. He was as old as my father, but age hadn't slowed him down at all. Taking out his wings didn't hurt him at all. I couldn't believe what I had just seen. He must be taking his own drugs. Good for him, but we have problems of our own to deal with. Vanessa was determined to pull my mind back to the issues at hand. I think we should do what he wants us to. We'll meet with him. I can't imagine he's going to kill me. He had just tried to kill her several times. I hate to contradict you, Vanessa, but he's tried to kill you before. He means it. I'm not going to have Gwen's death or her child's on my conscience. She folded her arms across her chest. Neither will I. We'll figure out a way to save all three of you. Let's go. My family has arrived for my birthday. It's going to be one to remember. Vanessa put a hand on my arm to stop me. Avren, you're going to have to give me to him if there's no other way. I'm not going to do that. You were prepared to die as long as it would save your race. Yes, but you wouldn't let me. I felt my jaw clench. And I'm not going to let you sacrifice yourself to save Gwen. We'll do whatever it takes.
Vanessa. 2 hours later, the Madeleines stood in the courtyard under a darkening sky. It looked like a thunderstorm was approaching. I glanced around at everyone, feeling a little disoriented. It wasn't how I imagined a typical family. None of the men were wearing shirts. They had their wings out and were ready to fly. They each wore a leather belt across their chests, with a sheathed short sword on their backs. I knew they also carried blasters in their pockets, although they weren't visible at the moment. Arnon and Jane were hugging and whispering to each other. Her light head stood out against his dark one. Avery and Elle sat on a bench, holding hands. He was talking to her earnestly, and she appeared to be reassuring him. Alex and Priya were kissing passionately, without regard to anyone watching. I turned my eyes away from them, feeling like I should give them privacy, even if they hadn't asked for it. Avren and Anders were isolated from the rest, standing and talking together. Avren put his hand on Anders' shoulder. They stepped apart a moment later, and I felt Anders' empty eyes look at me. He looked shattered and destroyed. He and Gwen had already saved our lives once. My heart went out to him. When I thought about Gwen being a prisoner of that asshole, my heart ached. I was sure we could have been good friends if I had the chance to get to know her. Our potential friendship would never exist, because if the Magellan plans worked, Avren and I would finish our experiments, and I would move on to the job at Genetic Futures. Avren wasn't going to forgive me, and I didn't want him to. My epiphany in the cave wouldn't make a difference. I loved him, but I wasn't right for him. Everything would work out for the best. If it didn't, the least I could do was help protect Gwen. Arnon tossed a small package to Anders. It's a personal force field. It will protect you from the EMP blast and projectiles, and will extend to anyone you touch. Be careful with it. Anders nodded at his oldest brother, stowing the device in his pocket. Avren patted Anders on the shoulder before approaching me. His eyes locked onto mine. I wriggled around in the tight, protective bodysuit I wore beneath my clothes. The Magellans borrowed it from their planet's Secret Service detail. It was state-of-the-art, but uncomfortable. Avren took one of my hands. His chest was bare, and I could hardly keep my eyes off it. The snow-white wings made him look like an angel. His gray eyes burned with an unnatural intensity. "Are you ready to go, Magellan?" I tried to keep a light tone to the conversation. "Not at all, but I'm going anyway. Vanessa, before we leave, I need to tell you something." He paused. I held my breath and could barely make my voice go above a whisper. "Tell me what?" Emotions flashed across his face too quickly for me to read them. Avery called out to Avren, "It's time." Avren shook his head. Had he changed his mind? "Don't try to be a hero, okay? No one has to sacrifice themselves. We'll look after her. You know what you're supposed to do, Vanessa." The plan was for us to make the trade. The brothers would swoop in and grab both of us, taking out Mr. Varrot's thugs if they had to. We had security coming to back us up, but the Magellans didn't fully trust anyone else after Mr. Varrot's betrayal. We also had an advantage Mr. Varrot wouldn't know about. We were going to make the exchange in an open field, but Gwen and Anders had brought one of the new fighters to Auxem. It had a stealth mode. When it was running, a person could stand beside it and not know anything was next to them, unless they reached out and touched it. We were going to stuff it full of Auxem men. It would be a tight fit, but the Magellan brothers and security guards would be in there. If we needed help, they would open the bottom hatch, and dozens of Auxem would fly out to save everyone. Theoretically. I noticed Avren had a strange look in his eyes, and I didn't like it. "Avren, is something the matter?" "Everything's fine. Just remember what I said." He looked nervous. I wondered if he was keeping something from me. "Magellan, spill it. What are you keeping from me?" "Nothing, Vanessa. It doesn't matter. I have a backup plan." "Damn it, Magellan. What are you talking about? You have to tell me." Avren's face closed off immediately. Anders called out to us. Avren, it's time to go. You lovebirds can finish your conversation later. Avren pressed a quick kiss to my lips and pulled me to our hovercraft. Everyone else would follow in the fighter. What was he doing? If he wouldn't tell me, it couldn't be anything good.
Avren. I felt around surreptitiously in my pocket, checking to make sure the dispenser was still there. My hand closed around the cylinder, and I stifled a sigh of relief. When I placed the end of the container against my thigh and pushed a button, it would distribute a serum into my bloodstream, injecting nanobots into my body, which would alter the genes in my regenerative cells. Over time, they would replace the genetic code in every part of my body. My wings were the next target of the nanobots. Changing my cells was permanent, but slow. Modifying the wings directly would let me experience the changes almost immediately. We hoped test subjects would be able to deploy their wings without pain within 3 days of injection. I had retrieved the dose while Vanessa was showering and changing. With luck, Mr. Virat's attempt to destroy our research had failed. Even though he had tried to erase everything we had stored electronically, I had backups I hoped he didn't know about. Before we began work in the laboratory, Anders had helped me set up a covert backup system. I tried to be meticulous about everything. Mr. Virat should have remembered that. He seemed to remember everything else I wanted him to forget. I was surprised he remembered how the relationship with Vanessa devastated me the first time around. I didn't appreciate him bringing up my folly like it meant nothing. It was humiliating, but I would make him pay. We were going to retrieve Gwen and bring Mr. Virat to justice. He had abandoned my family for credits he would never be able to spend. When we approached the landing site, we could see Mr. Virat in a hovercraft. When we landed, he emerged with Gwen, holding a blaster to her head. She looked like she was ready to kill someone. If she could get the drop on Mr. Virat, he was a dead man. The only reason she hadn't kicked his ass already was that she was pregnant and didn't want to risk hurting the baby. I checked my computer while we were still on the hovercraft. The cloaked fighter was above us and slightly behind our location. Our hovercraft landed and we exited the ship. The sky was ominously cloudy. It looked like there was a storm on the horizon. The wind was picking up, whipping Vanessa's hair into her face. I whispered so only she could hear me. Remember, all you have to do is go with him. We hoped Mr. Virat wouldn't try to kill her immediately, but instead take her somewhere else to do the deed. If he showed any signs of hurting Vanessa, we were going to take him out. She wore protective clothing that should keep her from immediate danger. We walked toward Mr. Virat and Gwen.
Let's not waste each other's time by playing games, Avren.
I couldn't believe we had once trusted Mr. Virat.
We're just trading one lovely lady for another.
I wouldn't do anything to harm either one of them. I tried to keep my face expressionless. Mr. Virat didn't look convinced. Give me Gwen and I'll hand over Vanessa. He laughed in my face.
You've got a big pair of balls, I'll give you that. Our exchange is going to work the other way around.
How do I know you won't take both of them and fly out of here? No deal. Either Gwen comes over first or we both fly away. His eyes looked nervous for a second, and I was surprised. I hadn't thought he was bluffing.
Fine. Gwen can get in your hovercraft. Make sure Vanessa is bound before she walks over to me.
Mr. Virat tossed a pair of handcuffs in my direction, and I put them on her. Gwen had her hands tied behind her back, and I nodded at her. Mr. Virat released her, and she ran inside the hovercraft, closing the door behind her.
You might be wondering why I'm trusting you, Avren. I've got snipers trained on all of you, and a cannon aimed at your hovercraft. If you try to trick me, you'll seal your own fate. Come over here, Vanessa. Nice and easy.
Vanessa narrowed her eyes, but followed his directions. The two of them slowly made their way to Mr. Virat's ship while I watched them like a hawk. When I saw him raising his blaster, I gave a signal and all hell broke loose. He shot Vanessa, but her suit protected her from most of the damage. She was hurt, but she could still walk. The blast had deflected off her suit and hit Mr. Varrot's left arm, leaving it dangling loose and awkwardly at his side. When I gave the signal, our friends appeared in the sky, dropping out of the starship and attacking Mr. Varrot's crew. They had materialized on the field and started charging toward the fray when Mr. Varrot fired his gun. The fighter sent out an electromagnetic pulse, disabling all electronic guns and equipment. My brothers and the security team pulled out their blades and started swinging. The fighting was as dirty as it could get. The Madelon brothers were in the center of the action, fighting back to back, which was a circle of death for anyone approaching us. As princes of Auxem, we had learned diplomatic skills essential for everyday living, but our teachers also trained us in primitive weapons. My sword clashed against the weapon of one of Mr. Varrot's men. The edge of his blade sliced across my bicep, but it was a shallow scratch. I could ignore it. I saw Ari dart forward and slice open someone's sword arm. Arnon threw a punch and nearly took off a thug's head. The man fell crashing at his feet. I couldn't find any sign of Mr. Varrot. I looked for Anders. I'm going to find Vanessa.
Okay, Avren. Be careful.
Anders hadn't looked good before we left. But after we had retrieved Gwen, I noticed an immediate change in his demeanor. I had never seen such desolation in my brother's eyes before, and I hoped I never would again. I made my way to the edge of the fray and spotted Mr. Varrot dragging Vanessa's body away from the fight. I hoped she was alive and merely unconscious. Where do you think you're going? I moved toward him aggressively. Mr. Varrot pulled out his blade and pointed it at me.
Don't come any closer, Avren. You know you can't overpower me. I taught you how to fight. I could easily best you.
He was probably right, but I didn't need to fight him to get what I wanted.
I told you to stop moving.
Mr. Varrot held his sword over Vanessa's heart. I was terrified.
If you actually care about her, you'll leave now. Maybe I won't kill her. There's always space for a brilliant mind in my laboratory.
I couldn't stop myself from inching closer. I wasn't going to let Mr. Varrot take Vanessa anywhere. Thunder rumbled in the distance, startling me. We rarely had thunderstorms on Auxem. My movement hadn't gone unnoticed.
Avren, if you keep moving toward us, I will kill her.
Chapter 14. Avren. I froze. Mr. Varrot held his blade over Vanessa's chest. I wouldn't do anything to risk her life, but I wasn't going to let him take her from me either. The battle was slowing down. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see our security guards handcuffing the members of Mr. Varrot's squad who hadn't been able to escape. He didn't seem concerned about them. He was going to murder both of us. It was time for Plan B. The sky was getting darker. A thunderclap made both of us jump. I had seen thunderstorms on other planets, but never on Auxem. The phenomenon hadn't happened for over 100 years, and I found it unnerving. Do you think this is going to stop us from altering our genetic pattern? When you launch your painkiller, you'll be the savior of the Auxem, right? He eyed me warily.
Of course. Everything was perfectly fine until you stepped in and ruined my plans. If I take you out of the picture, the marketing campaign will go as planned, and I will live out the rest of my days as a billionaire.
I nodded. Right. The wind picked up, and I had to raise my voice so he could hear me.
What would happen to your business if we had already changed someone's genes and announced it to the world?
Vanessa stirred at my words. Mr. Varrot didn't notice her movement. He was focused on me and had a worried look on his face. I drew the cylinder out of my pocket. Vanessa immediately realized what I was doing and awkwardly tried to stand before screaming, "Don't do it, Avren!" Mr. Varrot whipped his head around to look at her. After seeing the expression on Vanessa's face, he moved toward me, blade extended.
I have to, Vanessa. It's the only way to stop him.
Thunder rumbled again, but it didn't shake me this time. I jabbed the cylinder into my thigh before Mr. Varrot could reach me. A tiny needle pierced my skin, and I imagined I could feel the nanites coursing through my bloodstream. It stung. Mr. Varrot roared.
No! What have you done?
The rain poured down in sheets. Vanessa dropped to her knees and sobbed. I tried to look cheerful, even though I was immediately afraid and didn't know if I would even survive. I wished I hadn't had to hurt Vanessa. You should be happy, Mr. Varrot. Now you're part of history. You've witnessed the first Auxem to undergo our gene therapy. His face turned red.
You are a mistake that should be easy to fix. I'll just kill you.
He pulled out a projectile weapon with his good hand. Mr. Varrot's other arm was stunned at the beginning of the fight and still dangled awkwardly at his side.
No one will ever know about your stupid experiment.
I heard the sound of running behind me.
I don't think so.
Arnon and my brothers closed ranks with me. I already felt triumphant by knowing they were here. Anders grabbed my arm. Vanessa had dashed behind us while Mr. Varrot was yelling at me. We were all soaked to the bone. It was as dark as night with the storm directly overhead.
Do you think you can stop me?
Mr. Varrot looked like he was becoming unhinged.
Family is not going to stop a bullet.
You might be surprised.
Avery was too cocky to keep his mouth shut.
A family that sticks together can do anything.
We glanced at each other as rain poured down our faces.
Linking arms isn't going to protect you from a gun.
Mr. Varrot aimed at me, pulled the trigger, and fired. When the bullet hit the force field surrounding us, it bounced off harmlessly. Mr. Varrot's mouth dropped open, and he fired again.
You won't win, Avren. I'll stop you.
I shook my head. You're too late. We sent a press release about the first test subject an hour ago. You can't stop it. Everyone knows our pain is going away, and we won't need to pay for your drug. I've sent a copy of our research to every Auxem in the universe. Check your communicator. Mr. Varrot looked like his world was crumbling around him. From my point of view, it was a good thing. His world would only benefit one person, himself. I felt the strength of my brothers fill me, and we faced him together. We presented a united front, bare-chested and wings out. We were warrior princes, fighting for the good of our planet.
No.
He fell to his knees, a beaten man. It's over. At a signal from Arnon, security came and dragged him away. The five of us turned, not wanting to see our old friend humiliated. When we removed the handcuffs from Vanessa, she was curiously silent. I pulled her to me, holding her close. Vanessa was alive, we had Gwen, and my family was safe. I would worry about everything else later. Alex put a hand on my shoulder, a glint of amusement in his eyes. I was muddy from holding Vanessa, and some of my wounds were still bleeding. He shook his head at my dirty, bloodied body.
Hey, Avren, I take back what I said before about you not wanting to get your hands dirty. I know you don't have a problem with it now.
Our laughter rang out over the battlefield. We were back at the summer palace within a couple of hours. After we showered, tended to our wounds, and changed into clean clothes, we had a chance to relax. My brothers and I were sitting in the living room of my suite. I wanted to be close to Vanessa in case she woke up. The rest of the women would come along later, and we would eat together. For the time being, it was just us. I looked around at my family. Arnon, the one who had kept us together when our father couldn't. Avery, so easygoing that it was hard to get mad at him. Anders, who made us laugh. And Alex, the baby, who was somehow taller than all of us except Arnon. I cleared my throat. I want to thank all of you. If it weren't for you, I'm not sure Vanessa and I would be alive right now.
Speaking of Vanessa, we have some questions for you.
I wasn't sure if Anders moved closer or everyone else moved away. It felt like they had designated him as the person who should broach the topic. What about her? I suddenly felt suspicious of everyone.
Avren, we've known you since you were a baby. I've never seen you as relaxed and happy as you've been since you started working with Vanessa.
He glanced at my brothers for confirmation, and they nodded. Where are you going with this? Alex started speaking quickly, unable to hold back.
Where are things headed with her? Are you going to get married?
Anders flashed him an annoyed look, but turned to me to see my response. I don't think so. It's none of your business, but we're sleeping together. That's it. She doesn't want to be with me for the long term or anything. Anders raised his eyebrows.
Do you think she's using you?
I stiffened. The idea of being friends with benefits was hers, not mine. She doesn't want a relationship. Ari frowned and shook his head.
You have a lot to learn about women. They all want relationships, Avren. You're missing part of the picture. There's something Vanessa is trying to avoid.
What do you mean?
At the beginning of our marriage, Elle pushed me away too.
His eyes grew sad as he reminisced.
It took me a long time to figure out she was afraid I would hurt her. Learn from my mistakes. Could Vanessa be scared of something?
That's easy. Vanessa thinks I'm going to leave her just like all the other guys in her life. I recalled our conversation on Suson. The guys all nodded as if they had expected as much. They loved their women fiercely and had a soft spot for their sisters-in-law. What's your point? I wanted the conversation to end. It was making me uncomfortable. Alex ran a hand over his face.
If you prove to her that you won't leave, you'll address her fears. Maybe she'll drop her guard.
I'm not sure how I can prove anything. Anders laughed.
We can't do your thinking for you. You're going to have to figure it out for yourself. Make sure you're honest. By the way, have you told her how you feel yet?
Arnon frowned when I shook my head.
Then you have a place to start. At this point, she's making wild guesses about your intentions.
My head was starting to spin from their suggestions. My brothers meant well, but their advice could be overwhelming at times. Arnon stood up.
Let's keep things simple. Do you love her?
Yes. I put my hands over my face. My voice came out muffled.
I love her so much that I can't think straight.
Arnon nodded his head.
Then you have to go all out, Avren. Don't hold anything back.
I nodded at my big brother. Okay, where do I start? Alex shrugged.
If you know you love Vanessa, you should offer her a marriage band. It's a clear symbol of your love, and it will send her a clear message. She'll know you want to be with her for the rest of your lives.
I'd like to ask her to marry me. I'm ready now, but where am I going to get a band? My voice trailed off when Anders grinned and pulled out an engagement band from his pocket. All Auxem bands looked the same. It was made from platinum, and once a woman put it around her left bicep, it bonded with her skin and could only be removed through surgery. Do you walk around with one of those in case someone is going to make an emergency proposal? I felt stunned as he set it gently in my outstretched palm.
Nope. I picked it up in the Capitol.
Anders had a shit-eating grin on his face. You bought it before you came here? How did you know I would need it?
All I had to do was watch the two of you on the way over here. Gwen and I could hardly stand the anticipation. I assume you would have convinced her to take a chance on you by now.
I stared at him, not knowing what to say.
You can count on me, little brother.
Anders started laughing. Arnon put his hands on my shoulders.
Just say thank you.
I felt like I was a little boy, and Arnon had to remind me how to behave. Okay, thank you. I was still shocked. There's another problem, though.
Of course there is.
Ari leaned forward and put his elbows on his knees. Vanessa's been thinking about taking a new job. She's wanted it for as long as I've known her, And she has an offer now. I can't stand in her way. I have to let her go. Anders hit me on the back of the head.
That doesn't mean she has to leave you. Go with her.
But I'd have to leave all of you. It sounded stupid when I said it out loud. We'd relied on each other most of my life. The notion of not seeing my brothers on a regular basis seemed inconceivable. I could tell they understood by the looks on their faces.
I'm not saying it's going to be easy. We all knew it would happen eventually.
Arnon looked tired.
I kept us together for as long as I could. You did a good job.
Ari clapped Arnon on the shoulder.
It's time for one of us to leave the nest. Avren's going to be useless without Vanessa.
My jaw tightened. I had to tell them everything. There's one more thing, too. They stared at me, surprised by the tone of my voice. I injected myself with the altered gene serum. I'm already the first test subject. Alex couldn't believe it. He was a doctor, and we discussed my research several times. He fully understood the implications.
Are you kidding me?
He looked around at the others.
He's in the most danger from the experiment.
A bunch of blank faces stared at him.
Avren is likely to die.
We're 99% sure it's safe. I scrambled to defend myself. It was my chance to save Vanessa. We were having problems finding volunteers to be the first test subject. I trust myself. Everyone looked horrified.
Avren, we're not stupid. You're making up those numbers. You're the first one. You don't know what's going to happen.
Ari stood up and shook his head. He was right. Well, we'll know if the altered gene is stable in 3 days. I knew it sounded lame.
Why would you do such a thing?
Arnon had his hands on his head. Anders couldn't look at me. I wasn't going to let them intimidate me. I couldn't do anything anyway. It was all in the past. You all know what's at stake here, right? I felt stubborn. Everyone's life will be improved.
Yours won't be better if you die.
Alex stared at me and looked like he was going to punch me in the face.
If you die, Avren, I'm going to feel guilty for the rest of my life.
I felt deflated and sat down on the couch, not looking at anyone. I didn't have a choice. The research is too important to stop now. I did what I had to do. My family fell silent.
We forgive you, Avren.
Alex's voice sounded rough.
But you better not die on us in 3 days. If you do, I'm going to kill you.
Avren? Vanessa's sleepy voice called to me from the bedroom. My brothers looked at each other and picked up their things to leave.
I know someone who can perform a shotgun wedding.
Alex winked at me.
We can have him here tomorrow if you need him.
I looked at him uncomprehendingly. I didn't understand why he was in such a hurry.
Trust me, if Vanessa says yes, you're not going to want to wait before you bond with her.
He poked me in the ribs, making me grunt.
It's worth the wait, but don't take your time.
He had a point.
On second thought, I'll have him flown in tonight.
Alex winked as he left the room. I wasn't sure if he was kidding.
Madelon?
Vanessa's voice sounded uncertain. I'm coming. I closed my eyes and gathered my courage. I had to tell her. It didn't matter if she broke me down and shattered me into 1,000 pieces that could never be put together again. I needed to confess so I wouldn't have any regrets.
Vanessa. I heard Avren come in and fought to stop myself from crying. I wanted to tell him everything in case he died on me, starting with an apology for keeping the news about genetic futures a secret. I couldn't forget the look in his eyes when he learned I hadn't told him everything. Avren might never forgive me, but I had to do everything I could to make things right. We had to stop living together. I was sure we could handle working together for the project's sake. There was no way we could continue fooling around. My heart couldn't take it. What if the genetic alterations were fatal? What if he was on the verge of death? We didn't know when any of the problems might begin to manifest. After 3 days, Avren would try to take out his wings. If he didn't suffer and was still alive, there was a chance our alterations had stabilized. Only a long-term longitudinal study could determine the precise effects of the genetic changes. If a 10-year study didn't reveal any problems, we would start altering the genes of all the children born from the exchange with Earth before the wings emerged. With a little luck, they would never know their wings were supposed to hurt. I dragged my thoughts away from science and back to the shambles of my life. We had 3 days. I was determined to make the most of them in case I was going to lose him. I didn't want to spoil the rest of our time together by thinking about him dying. Vanessa, how are you? I hated how much I loved the sound of my name on his lips. I didn't turn around or sit up. I knew I would start crying if I saw his face. I'm sorry, Avren. You don't have anything to be sorry about. He sounded confused and sat down on the bed next to me. He put his hand on my back, and in my fragile state, I lost control. I broke down, shedding more tears than I had the first time he left me. I should have told you about genetic futures. I was sobbing. I was going to take it, but it felt like I was betraying you. Sometimes being sorry isn't good enough. I couldn't stand seeing the look on your face. Avren lay down beside me and positioned his face a few inches away from me. He waited until my crying died down before he spoke. Vanessa, look at me. What do you see in my face? He stared at me with gorgeous gray eyes I could get lost in forever. I was afraid to name what I saw in his eyes. It didn't look like a betrayal. I'm not sure. Do you want me to tell you? I shook my head. He chuckled. Okay, Vanessa, have it your way. Can I tell you something else? You don't have to apologize to anyone for wanting to pursue a career, especially not me. In fact, I think you should still take it. What? I couldn't believe my ears. But what about our work together? Well, I hope we'll finish it first. And then you think I should leave? I swallowed hard and tried not to start crying again. He wanted me to be happy, right? It should be a good thing. Why did I feel like he was rejecting me? I should apologize too. He looked away from me. I injected myself when you didn't want me to, but I felt like I didn't have a choice. My eyes filled with tears. It's okay, Avren. I understand why you did it. You're a hero. I punched him in the shoulder. A stupid, self-sacrificing hero. He smiled and reached out to touch my cheek gently. Vanessa, can we sit up? I blinked back the tears and tried to smile. I didn't understand his tone. Sure. Why? I want to ask you something, and I want to see your face when I do it. That sounded weird. Avren wasn't talking to Vanessa the scientist right now. He was talking to me, Vanessa. The solemn expression on his face made me doubt he wanted to talk about research. What could he possibly have to ask me? We both sat up and slid back over the silky satin sheets. In a moment, we were leaning against the headboard with our feet out in front of us. I'm right here. You don't have to wait. I had to know what he was going to say. Avren took my hand, and I glanced at him, trying to suppress the urge to run away with him. He had already stated he wanted me to go. Why was he playing around and holding my hand? He only had to say 2 words before I understood where he was going. Vanessa Dwyer? He couldn't, could he? I can't tell you how much I admire you. Admiration was good, when admired from a distance. Your brain is the sexiest thing about you, and you're so beautiful. Your strawberry blonde hair, green eyes, and your lips. He groaned. I love your lips. I could handle sexy, too. Avren had complimented my looks before. He looked at me like he wanted to kiss me, but he didn't even try. Instead, he interlaced his fingers with mine. I don't know when I started to love you, Vanessa, but it was a long time ago. I gasped. I couldn't help it. Avren had used the L word. He turned to face me. I want you to know one thing. I'm never going to stop. I couldn't look away from his gray eyes. I only saw earnestness in them. When we first met, you were all I could think about. When I saw you at your apartment for the first time in years, looking so sexy in blue underwear, I started falling again. You were more than I had remembered. He took my hand and kissed the back of it. And I loved spending time with you, in the lab, in the kitchen, in the bathroom, and in our bed. My lips formed the words, our bed, but I didn't make a sound. I pushed you away because I was afraid you would hurt me. I'm still afraid now, but I'm not going to let it stop me. Even if you crush me again, I'll know I gave it a shot. He stopped speaking as if he had run out of words. I felt overwhelmed and didn't want to say the wrong thing. Was Avren afraid of me hurting him? What about him hurting me? Avren had just said he loved me and wanted to be with me forever. Still, they were only words. The men who had been with my mother had promised a lot of stuff, too. I risked looking up at Avren. He looked like my silence was worrying him. He rooted around in his pocket for something and pulled it out. He dusted the band off on his pants before holding it out to me. I took it gingerly. What is it? I thought I already knew the answer to my question. I had seen the other women's armbands and asked Gwen about it. It's an Auxem wedding band. It's supposed to go on your left arm. It shone in the light. Why am I holding it in my hand? Because I'm too scared to ask you to marry me and have you say no? Chapter 15. Vanessa. I couldn't believe it. Avren wanted me to marry him. My heart spilled over. Avren loved me. He had never talked marriage before. I had always assumed he cared about me, but didn't really love me. People from Auxem could only marry and bond with someone they loved. I had been wrong. All this time I had been wrong. You're afraid, but you want to ask me? He nodded slowly. With all my heart. Do you think I should? I could see the fear of rejection in his eyes. I wanted him to love me and marry me more than life itself. Yes, please? Avren's face looked startled for a moment. I knew he had been hoping for affirmation, but hadn't let himself get carried away. He took the band from me and held it up. Vanessa Dwyer, will you marry me and be my bondmate? Bondmates lasted for life. He would never leave me. It wasn't in his nature. A small platinum band had eradicated my biggest fear. I will, Avren. Of course I will. Tears spilled down my cheeks again. Avren took me into his arms and hugged me tightly. He sat back and began to slide the band onto my arm, but hesitated before it touched me. Once the band is on your upper arm, it will fuse to your skin. You won't be able to remove it without surgery. Are you trying to tell me it's permanent? The circlet would mark me as Avren's forever, just like our marriage. It lasts forever. Good. I held out my arm for him. Mark me as yours, Madeline. We might not have forever, but we would have 3 days of perfection at least. I tapped my fingers nervously against the silk wedding dress as I waited for Avren to arrive. I refused to let him take his wings out for the first time at the ceremony and possibly drop dead. If he were going to keel over, it would be in private with me by his side, right before the most important event of my life. He said we should get married first, but I wasn't willing to grieve in front of everyone. And if he died, it wouldn't matter when we married. He would be dead either way. The door opened, and he came in without a shirt and slightly mussed hair. His gray eyes cut straight into me. Avren walked up and kissed me. Once he let me catch my breath, I put my hand to my chest, overwhelmed with emotion. "I love you, Vanessa." He took my hand. "I love you too." I wanted to memorize everything about this moment. I wondered if it was the last time we would kiss. Everything he said might be the last words he would ever speak. He stepped back and gazed at me solemnly before giving me a nervous smile. "Safe flight." He deployed his wings without a moment's hesitation. I cringed and closed my eyes, afraid of what I might see. I listened for a moment and heard a gentle rustling. I opened my eyes. I had heard the sound of Avren's wings. He was moving them gently and testing them. He had a look of wonder on his face. "How does it feel?" My legs wouldn't work. There wasn't any pain. He shook his head. "Unbelievable. How long do we have to wait?" Avren was asking me something he already knew. He seemed transfixed by his wings, as if seeing them for the first time. "Taking them out was the trigger. If you're still standing, you're going to live, Magellan." One corner of his mouth snuck up, and he gave me a warm, loving gaze. "We did it, Vanessa." He picked me up and spun me around, the way he had when I had agreed to help him with the research in the beginning. I loved it, and I loved Avren. "Alex is going to be free. Everyone else, too." Avren's smile was so wide that I thought it might split his face. "You don't know what this means to us, Vanessa." He gathered me up in his arms, wrapping his wings around us, and kissed me until I had to push him back. I wasn't going to bond with him 10 minutes before our wedding ceremony in the dressing room. "Is it different?" I needed to talk about something so I could forget how much I wanted to jump his bones. "I feel like I'm a teenager and my wings just emerged. It's like I've never seen them before. The pain was clouding my mind before. I can fly, Vanessa." He jumped into the air and flew up to the high vaulted ceiling, touching it with his hand before coming gently back down to the ground. "You're unbelievable." I went over to him and gave him a tight squeeze. "So are you, my sweet scientist. Let's get married." He bent over and whispered in my ear, "Because I can't wait to fuck you until you scream." I shivered. Neither could I. "Let's do it then. Let's get married, Magellan." I held out my hand and he took it, leading me to our new life together.
Avren. The wedding ceremony had been more emotional than I expected. I understood my brother's reactions at their weddings. It was terrifying to swear to love and protect one woman for the rest of your life. I sensed there was more at stake for my wedding. Everyone was waiting to see the test results. Vanessa looked gorgeous in her white earth wedding dress. We were allowed a single chaste kiss during the ceremony, but it wasn't enough for me. I had waited as patiently as I could for the reception and party to finish and the bonding to start. I knew Vanessa was nervous. Had the other women had told her exactly what happens to males when we take out our wings? The Auxem followed a particular sequence of events for the bonding ritual. I had to have my wings active the first 2 times I fucked her. She had never seen that my cock grew bigger when my wings were out, and we had to fuck at least 2 times with them deployed. It had to do with the increased blood circulation needed in our bodies. My brothers had warned me Vanessa would be taken aback the first time she saw me, and they recommended I warn her, but I had a feeling the other women had already discussed things. As we walked back to the bridal chamber in the summer palace, I worried about what we were going to do. "Hey, Magellan." "Yeah? What's wrong?" "Nothing." I peeked at her. Okay. I'm a little nervous. I want everything to be perfect today, and I'm afraid I'll screw something up. I hope you'll screw something. She glanced at me and gave me a happy grin. You don't have to worry, Avren. We'll sort everything out. We've been intimate before. I know, but this is something different. Stop worrying so much. We entered the bridal suite together. Her jaw dropped open when she saw the stone altar in the middle of the room. What the hell is that? It's where I'm going to sacrifice you to my carnal desires. Getting worried yet? She smiled, and I felt some of the tension leave my body. Her eyes heated and the anxiety melted away. Do you promise? Vanessa dropped her eyes to my crotch, watching my cock start to grow at the thought of finally fucking her. No more promises. I stepped closer to her. It's time for action, not words. She cut my bulge. How much do you love me, by the way? Several inches at least. She tried to free me from my pants. Vanessa, we have to follow certain rules. Oh, that's right. Vanessa took her hand away immediately. You're not in charge tonight. Vanessa looked surprised by the thought. Her expression turned to intrigue and excitement. We kissed for a long time, exploring each other's mouths. I wasn't going to rush anything. We had all night with each other, and I had waited a long time to take her. Soon my hands were on her breasts and in her panties. She came like this, and then came again with my head under her dress and my mouth on her pussy. I wanted to make sure she was well satisfied before we got to the main event. I wasn't sure how long I could hold it. Avren, that's enough. I'm empty. I need you to get inside me. All my brothers told me they had deployed their wings in private on their wedding night, so their wives wouldn't be terrified. But there was no need to hide anything tonight. I stood up and unfurled my wings, standing tall and proud. She stared at me in amazement. She whispered now, No pain. You're both incredible and foolish. I love you so much. She wrapped her arms around me and laid her head on my chest. I can't believe you risked your life to be the first test subject. It wasn't just for you and my family. It was for our children, too. Her eyes got big and round at the idea we might start our family tonight. Let's do this, Madeline. She pulled down my pants impatiently. When I sprung free, she froze in shock. I forgot to tell you something. I guess the ladies hadn't told her, after all. You certainly did. She turned her head to gaze at me. Auxem men are a little bigger when our wings are out. A little bigger? She looked like she might faint. I'm afraid it's not going to fit. I'm told every woman says that. Pry is the same size as you, and she and Alex didn't have any trouble. Your body will accommodate me, I promise. Avren, I don't know if I can. Are we getting divorced already? Of course not. But can't you put your wings away so we can fuck like humans? I'm not human, Vanessa, and it's part of the bond. For now, let's just snuggle. There's no pressure. When you're ready, we'll do it. Okay. She let me lead her over to the bed. I undressed her slowly before taking off my pants. I curled my body around hers and used my wings to create a soft white cocoon around us. I love you, Vanessa. She sighed happily. I love you too. I held off as long as I could, but I had to touch her. I needed to hold her soft, heavy breasts in my hands and feel her nipples harden. I needed to slide my fingers between her slick folds and rub her clit until she couldn't keep quiet anymore. I needed to push inside her and fill her, but not yet. I brought her to the edge a couple of times and pulled back. I made sure to retreat before she could come. I wanted her to beg for it. Avren, I don't care how big you are. I need you to fuck me. Her green eyes bore into me, and I picked her up, carrying her to the middle of the room. I sat Vanessa's sweet bare ass on the stone altar. She spread her legs and tilted her pelvis. I pushed her gently onto her back and touched her clit again, making her moan. I'm ready. Give it to me already. I kept brushing her clit as I lined myself up with her entrance and pushed inside, but only the tip. The resisting flesh slowly split, and I sank into her hot wetness. I thought I would lose my mind from the pleasure of being inside her. That's it. Just like that, Madelon. More. I need more. I eased myself in 1 inch at a time. When Vanessa gasped, I stopped and touched her until I felt her body relax to accommodate me. I sheathed myself, slowly sliding into her warmth until I was embedded inside her as far as I could go. Avren, don't move yet. I need to get used to this.
Vanessa. Avren was deep inside me and filling me very tightly. I had managed to get all of him inside me, although I could tell he was holding himself back with all of his Auxem self-control. As my body stretched around him, my desire ratcheted up again. All I wanted now was for Avren to fuck me hard, fast, and deep. I wanted to come in an explosion that would make me forget my name. What are you waiting for, Madelon? That was all the encouragement Avren needed. He pulled out and plunged in again. He found a rhythm quickly, and I felt my orgasm building. I couldn't help it. It felt like he was stimulating every nerve ending in my body. I arched up to meet every possessive thrust. With each pumping of Avren's hips, I could feel him marking me. His motions grew fast and frantic, and I felt my climax coming at me. I writhed on the warm stone as he pounded harder and faster into me. We have to come together, Vanessa. Tell me when. He dropped his hand, lightly rubbing my clit as he continued slamming into me. His other hand reached up and played with my breasts. It was all I needed to set me off. I screamed with an orgasm that tore through me like a blazing fire. I didn't need to tell Avren I was coming. There was no way he couldn't know. Avren groaned and pressed his hips into me. I could feel him pump his seed deep inside me. It set off more contractions that milked every drop out of him. I felt something else, too. It was like I had merged with Avren somehow. We weren't two people anymore. My heart filled with love until it burst and spilled over into my entire body, bliss seeping into every cell. I clung to Avren and sensed a connection between us stronger than anything I had ever had with another person. It was like a metaphysical rope had tied us together forever. I didn't feel alone anymore, and I didn't have a single worry about whether Avren loved me or not. The only way we could have bonded so intensely was if we both completely loved each other. When our feelings cooled off, I lay back, completely exhausted. We didn't move for a while. He didn't pull out, and I was so lazy in my post-orgasmic haze that I didn't want him ever to leave. I felt a twitch inside me. Avren was getting hard again. My sex clenched around him at the thought. Really? I opened an eye to look at him. Could you? I nodded, and he flipped me over, making me stand with my feet on the floor and my upper body resting on the altar. He spread my ass to get a better view of my pussy. I felt exposed, but not for long, as his hot body covered me. I felt the tip of his cock nudge inside me, and I closed my eyes. I wanted to shut out everything except this incredible sensation. Avren slid in a little further before thrusting deeply into me without warning. One hand came around and touched my clit. The other grasped my breast roughly and pinched my nipple. I pressed my ass back against him and he moved deep within me. I moaned long and loud. He rocked into me, hitting the right spot and bringing my climax so close that I whimpered, my sex throbbing. I needed to come. Vanessa. He said my name and it pushed me over the edge. Come for me. I felt him explode inside me a second time, and I was hit by an eruption of pleasure that washed over me in waves. I thought the blissful convulsions would never end. We showered together before falling into bed. I was happier than I had ever been in my life, drunk on sex and love.
Avren. I woke in the middle of the night to find Vanessa riding me wildly in the darkness. I had barely felt her pumping me until I was hard and she started climbing on top. Once her hot wetness had gripped me, I woke up. A dead man would have awakened at that. I grabbed her hips and surged into her. My wings weren't deployed and I was a regular size, so she easily took all of me. She still felt tight, and I loved being inside her. As she rode me, I couldn't stay still, and my strokes increased in time with her moans. Her breasts swung and brushed against me. My orgasm was a long, slow build. Eventually, I let go as my passion crested, and I spent myself within her. Vanessa's body clenched around me. Her cries of ecstasy reverberated in the soundproof room. She collapsed on top of me, and I loved it. I loved her.
Chapter 16. Vanessa. I looked around the table at Avren's family. My family. I had never been happier. Jane and Arnon sat together. Each had a baby on their laps and ate with one hand. Elle held her new baby daughter, with Ari hovering protectively over them both, trying to take the baby from her so she could eat. Gwen laughed and swore at her husband, rubbing her big belly. She was almost ready to deliver. Priya waddled in, carrying a platter of food for herself. She looked like she could pop at any moment, even though she wasn't due for another month. My belly was still flat, but we knew someone was growing in there. A girl. I had tested negative for the H4T7 gene. I glanced over at Avren beside me, who reached out to hold my hand. He wore a dark blue suit, accentuating the gray color of his eyes, and he looked delicious enough to eat. Krindle Madelan, Avren's father, sat a few seats down from me. He wasn't at the head of the table, and there was no one sitting on the ends. He sat and ate by himself, occasionally inserting a comment into a side conversation. He seemed content that his children had invited him to the party. Everyone made an effort to include him. He had been striving to be a different person. Avren and his brothers appreciated it, especially after all the years when he hadn't tried at all. He had been angry when he learned Avren had begun valuable research without consulting him. In my opinion, the king had blurred the lines between family and professionalism. He wasn't upset because one of his scientists had made a skunkworks project secret. He was worried as a father. For all the time you were gone, Mr. Virat was building a personal fortune and neglecting his job? Gwen looked outraged. Arnon nodded. Security filled me in after they seized his holdings. He planned to make a lot of credits treating our wing problem with the drug therapy he'd developed. Jane interrupted him. What a bastard. It seemed she might know what he was going to say next. Jane. Arnon put a finger over his lips. The kids are going to start repeating us soon. Do you want them to talk like that? She stuck out her tongue. I know we questioned his scientists in court. Alex was impatient to hear Arnon's news and was trying to get the conversation back on track. Whatever came of that? The drug didn't work. It appeared to offer temporary relief to some subjects, but for most of us, it was nothing but a placebo effect. What an asshole. I remembered I was supposed to watch my words. Shit. I mean, what an evil man. I blushed and glanced at the babies. I was embarrassed, but everyone was laughing. At least he's in jail now. Alex looked satisfied. He's going to suffer a fate that seems entirely appropriate. He used himself as a test subject, and the drugs seemed to work in the beginning, but they had unforeseen long-term side effects. His agony never stops when he has his wings out. I saw different expressions of horror and sadness on everyone's faces. If Mr. Virat hadn't made terrible choices, he could have been sitting with us right now as part of a family. Instead, he was in prison, and every time he flew, his agony would never end. He's going to have a tough time breaking out of the maximum security prison. It's in the wilderness, surrounded by an area filled with beasts. If he manages to escape from the facility, they'll eat him alive. Anders grinned. I felt disgusted at the thought. There's a bright side. When we liquidated Mr. Virat's assets, all the money went to the Gene Project. That was Arnon's great idea. Alex looked at Arnon, who dipped his head in acknowledgement. Alex looked like he was trying to hold something back. Speaking of scientists, you've published your paper, right, Vanessa? When are you going to be ready to release it to the public? We hadn't let Alex be one of the test subjects. It was bad enough having Avren inject himself. Alex wanted to start the treatment right away, but he had forced himself to wait. We'll be ready for you in a week. Avren smiled at his little brother. It won't be long, Alex. I can't wait. It's going to change my life. He was right. I had witnessed a change in Avren ever since he had been freed from the pain associated with his wings. He flew more and was happier in general. Admittedly, it was hard to tell how much of his joy was from marriage and having sex, but I was certain his entire family would benefit from the transformation. Anyone would be better off living a life free from agony. I couldn't believe we had done it. I had helped Avren, his family, and soon the population of an entire planet. Avren had insisted on putting my name on the publication. I made sure that both of our names were on it. All the fame I had once coveted didn't seem as important to me anymore. The people around me and my love for Avren drove me now. And one more thing. I put my hand on my flat stomach. My life revolved around the baby. I would still be a scientist, and I loved my work, but our family was paramount to me. Being famous and having an immortal quote would never give me the satisfaction I found in being around these people. I never imagined my life would be this good. It was all because Madeline had shown up at my door. Chapter 17. Vanessa, 12 years later. I watched from the back of the line as 6 families made their way up a mountain. Today was perfect for a hike. The sun shone brightly, and the sky was a freshly washed blue. Auxem was green and fresh everywhere I worked. The day I had arrived on the planet with Avren to start our research seemed like a lifetime ago. A few feet ahead of me, my husband was helping our 5-year-old scramble over a tough patch, holding his hand and lifting him where his feet stumbled. My sweet husband was still alive and well. He was the first one to alter his genes. Once he looked like a success, we had found 1,000 Auxem men willing to be test subjects. With their assistance, we tweaked the gene therapy and perfected it. The next step was a longitudinal study, changing the genes of 10,000 men and following their progress for 10 years. Our study finished 2 years ago. Arnon, the king of the Auxem, gave the approval to expand our project to the entire planet. We started with the adult men. Once we had finished with them, the Freedom Initiative continued, starting with the oldest hybrid children. Avren and I weren't intimately involved with the Freedom Initiative any longer. The team had thousands of people and had recently finished treating the last of the children. As of yesterday, anyone with a strand of Auxem DNA was finally free from the pain accompanying their wings. Newly born babies wouldn't need further treatment. When our scientists tested the first children born from parents who had undergone the treatment, the changes to their genetic code had passed on to them and were found to be stable. The team learned something else, too. The story about Auxem males going infertile wasn't true. The Auxem scientists had made a mistake and misinterpreted their data. We examined their study and couldn't replicate their results. Auxem men had produced plenty of children during the time I had been away from Earth. Halfway through the repopulation program, we dropped the requirement of human women being free from the H4T7 gene. The first few years of births had all been female to make sure we had enough women for the future. Over the last 5 years, the gender ratio had been mixed, restoring the balance between women and men on Auxem. In front of my eyes, Alex deployed his wings and grabbed his daughter and a niece, putting one under each arm. The next part of the path was littered with rocks and was hazardous for 4-year-olds. They laughed when his feathers tickled them. After he had put them down on the ground, Alex retracted his wings and talked with Priya as if nothing unusual had happened. The hideous pain that had once accompanied Alex's transformations no longer plagued him. He was free to take them out whenever he wanted. Avren and his brothers used their wings much more than they ever had in the years before their gene therapy. My 11-year-old daughter, Jana, called to me, darting between people to find my place in line. "Mom, we're having the sing-along when we reach camp, right?" Her earnest gray eyes watched me carefully. She looked so much like her father. Her brown hair was light and had a reddish tint, which probably came from me. She already knew the answer to her question, but had been so excited about it that she kept asking for constant confirmation. "Elle said we weren't going to do anything." Jana took my hand. I smiled, happy and excited that one day she would have wings and would be able to soar through the air without enduring the pain of previous generations. We had received the newborn's test results earlier in the day, and I thought I might burst from joy at the thought that our work was finally complete. "Your cousin doesn't know about it. Maybe Aunt Elle didn't mention it to her? Don't worry, it's on the schedule. We're going to set up camp, build a fire, and make dinner. When the sun goes down, we're going to sing songs around the campfire, or else." Jana let go of my hand to clap hers together. "I can't wait, Mom!" "Why don't you go walk with your grandmother?" I noticed my mom was walking by herself near the middle of the group. "She just came to our planet, and she doesn't know anyone else." Jana nodded and scampered up the hill. She had a good heart and was always taking care of people. She would make sure Mom felt comfortable. My calves were beginning to ache from climbing, but it was nothing compared to my aching back. The baby was barely showing when I looked at myself in the bathroom mirror. We were going to tell everyone the good news tonight. I had a huge and loving extended family. We were all in each other's business, which could be annoying at times, but mostly was wonderful. I had never dreamed so many people would care about me. It was the second best part of life on Auxem. The best part was Avren. I looked around for him and found him chatting as he climbed with Ari and Ari's friend, Nathaniel. Nathaniel and his wife, Ashlyn, were visiting with their 2 children from Vondwa. Ari and Nathaniel had gone to school together and still kept in touch. Avren had filled me in on some of the more interesting details of their past, mentioning that Nathaniel had been a pirate in a previous life. He certainly had the look down. I could imagine him at the helm of a ship, shouting at someone to swab the deck, but he didn't pirate around anymore. I gazed at my husband, grateful for everything I had at the moment. It was better than being a famous scientist, though I had that too. I worked as a genetic consultant with companies all over the galaxy. Work couldn't compare with family and love. Science was fulfilling, but the people in my life brought me joy.
Avren.
Vanessa seems to be glowing.
Ari made sure to speak the words under his breath so no one else could hear him. I gave him an evil glare.
We're making the announcement tonight. Don't think about stealing our thunder. He held up his hands. I wouldn't dream of it, little brother. Nathaniel appeared behind Avery.
Avren, explain to me how you used our barrier technology to corral your monsters.
I heard you couldn't drop them on the other side of a giant wall, right?
Apparently they're too dangerous.
Yeah, that would never work. Once Avery had the brilliant idea to reuse your science, all we had to do was figure out how to put barriers around our cities. It took a little engineering to make the transmitters work outside the water.
Are you saying you created many smaller barriers?
Nathaniel looked confused. Avery nodded.
The only safe areas of our planet were right outside the city walls. Once we erected the barriers around the population centers, we started to push them out and drive the beasts back.
Nathaniel raised an eyebrow.
Weren't the monsters waiting around on the other side?
How could you move them away if they were ready to eat you as soon as you turned around? We made a few modifications to your system. The barrier we designed has a force field extending a few miles. It repels the beasts. After we had turned it on, they retreated as far as we could stretch the force field. We expanded the barriers a little bit and repeated the process.
It must have taken forever and used a massive ground crew.
Avery slapped a hand on Nathaniel's shoulder.
It took thousands of men 5 years to reach our goal, but it was worth it. We finally have spaces like this on our planet.
I joined in the conversation. It's pretty different from 12 years ago when Mr. Varad kidnapped Vanessa. His people were going to toss her over the edge of the mountain and let the beasts devour her. That would never happen now. In fact, Auxem has never been better.
It's thanks to the magic of genetic engineering, specifically 2 magicians named Avren and Vanessa.
Avery looked at me with a big smile on his face. Nathaniel grabbed a little boy as he ran past and swung him up onto his shoulders.
Daddy!
The boy was small but had a loud voice already.
I want to run.
Okay, don't forget how to swim. Nathaniel lowered him to the ground. There was a lot of tickling in the process, and the boy ran off giggling.
I assume you didn't do a lot of camping as a child, Avery?
Avery snorted.
We preferred to stay alive inside the walls. Wildlife ate those who dared to go outside.
Avery's face was deadly serious.
It's a different world now, happier and safer.
My mind drifted to the pregnancy test results we had received a few days ago. I had accomplished something with my life. We had freed my race from the pain that had plagued us for generations. I felt like taking to the skies and turned to my brother. Avery, let's take the kids up. I don't want to stay on the ground today.
Avery turned to Nathaniel. Is that okay with you?
My children will love it. It's a shame we can't return the favor on Vandois.
We'll give your kids the first turn. They haven't flown before. The air soon filled with me and my brothers taking the children on rides. Father even took our youngest for a ride on his back. He had changed in the years since Vanessa and I had married. He was kinder and gentler. But the deepest transformation took place when he gave up the crown and let Arnon take over. I was glad he was different, and we were happy to have our father back finally. Better late than never. Our children would never know about the past. They would only remember him as the perfect grandfather. Father would never have given rides to anyone 12 years ago. I was proud of myself for starting the change with an idea. The laughter and smiles made every hour of painstaking work to bring us to this point worth it. I wouldn't wish away a single moment. In the end, it brought us together.
Vanessa. After we had finished our dinner and singing, Janice said she loved it. We had told our extended family the newest Madeleine would arrive in about 5 months and received everyone's congratulations. The kids were already in bed, and the adults were beginning to look tired too. We had set up tents for each family. The king and my mother each had a tent to themselves. I was starting to doze off, but Jane began talking about Earth. The men had broken off into a separate group. My mother has finally let Maria take over Terramates. Maria's my sister, in case anyone didn't know. Jane took out a picture of her family and passed it around. The company's not making the money it once was, but it's still doing well enough to support her. Most of the women who wanted to marry an alien came to Auxem already. Ashlyn blushed in the firelight. Terramates is a victim of its own success. Jane looked annoyed. I knew she loved the company and didn't want to hear it mentioned in the same sentence as the word victim, no matter how accurate the analysis was. Elle realized the problem immediately and started laughing again. Allow me to introduce you to one of your mother's clients. Elle gestured to Ashlyn. You helped her marry an alien. Jane gave Ashlyn a sideways glance. Really? I'm interested in hearing about it. Ashlyn looked back with a rueful smile. Yes, I'm a Terramate's bride. But this isn't my story. It's yours. Don't let me interrupt. We're coming to the end of the agreement between Auxem and Earth. It was set to expire after 15 years. The statistics from the last Earth census are looking surprisingly good. What about the overpopulation problem? Pryor raised an eyebrow. Jane grinned. They're getting it under control. After 10 years of sending women to Auxem and limiting the number of children per family, Earth is beginning to see the light at the end of the tunnel. The president also passed an executive order to reclaim land and water. Elle nodded. Ari's been following Earth politics for a while. You have too, right, Ashlyn? Yes. The planet's beginning to recover. With another 100 years of both population and pollution control, Earth stands a chance of being livable again. Unbelievable. Gwen shook her head. Sometimes I miss Earth, but usually I don't. We all nodded, feeling the same way. It was hard to miss the overcrowded, polluted mess we had left behind. The stars on Auxem were clear and bright. I gazed at the sky. When I was a young woman on Earth, I couldn't see the stars from my city. It was hard to believe how far I had come. I searched for the part of the Milky Way I came from and found it quickly. There's our solar system. The other women looked where I was pointing. Priya blinked. It's so far away, but it's perfect here. I'm happy with Alex. There were murmurs of agreement. We had all found satisfaction with the Magellan brothers. Having a big family gave us all the support and comfort we would ever need. Gwen yawned. I don't know about you ladies, but the hike tired me out. It's time for me to go to bed. The group of men was breaking up as well. I could see Avren heading my way. I think you have the right idea. Me too. Everyone said goodnight, and after a quick trip to the bathroom, I found myself in bed with Avren at my side. The kids were in a deep slumber a few feet away, using the sleeping bags. Are you happy, Vanessa? Ecstatic, Magellan. He gave a contented sigh. Are you still having the pregnancy issue by any chance? I lifted my eyebrows. Nice way to casually slip it into the conversation. Do you mean the one where I can't stop having sex with you because I'm horny? I innocently blinked my eyes at him. As a matter of fact, that was the issue I was thinking about. I reached down to cup his crotch. A bulge was forming down there. Well, yes. I have thoughts I can't get out of my mind. I rolled onto my back and spread my legs, kicking off my pants and underwear. Avren removed his pants and climbed on top of me. I want you all the time. Avren's cock rubbed against my slick pussy. He bent down and slowly kissed me. He was trying to take his time, but I couldn't wait for him. I reached between us, fitting him against me and pushing my hips against him, pulling him inside. He grunted as he slid home. "Are you in a hurry?" He pulled out and drove back in. I wrapped my legs around him and held on as he began plunging in and out of me. My pussy started to quiver. "Don't stop, Madeline." I tried to keep my voice low. "You're going to have to be quiet." A predatory glint shone in his eyes. "I'm going to fuck you senseless." I started to moan. Avren clapped a hand over my mouth and shook his head. "Shh." He kissed me as he thrust harder and deeper. I angled my pelvis to receive more of him. He pulled my shirt up and touched our chests together. My nipples rubbed against his hot skin as he moved inside me. Before I knew what was happening, I exploded, stifling my cries the best I could. Avren clamped his lips over mine in an attempt to keep me silent. Pounding into me even harder, he came suddenly, spilling his seed deep inside me. He pressed his hips tightly against mine as he found an ecstasy of his own. We turned over to lie on our backs. "I can't get enough of you, Avren. It doesn't make sense. I'm already pregnant. Why do I want you so much?" "I don't know, but I love it when you're pregnant." I put a hand on my belly. "This baby will be born into a different world. Because of you." Avren turned onto his side and pulled me over to spoon with him. "No, because of us. We saved an entire planet. I love you, Vanessa." I interlaced my fingers with his. "I love you too, Avren. We can survive anything as long as we have our family." Avren kissed me lovingly on the cheek. "You're right." I drifted off to sleep, safe and happy in my husband's arms. As amazing as our life was now, I knew it would only get better in the future.
The end. This has been Avren, an Auxem novel, written by Lisa Lace, narrated by Piper Fairweather and Trenton Todd. Copyright 2017 by Lisa Lace. Production copyright 2017 by Lisa Lace.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.